Good morning, Joyce. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good, good. We're excited about this review.
Yes, I am. And I knew you would have on a red t-shirt today.
You did.
I did. I predicted that to myself.
I did. I didn't even know that about myself, so you must know things that I don't.
I guess so.
But
I wonder if he'll wear color. No, I looked at the work and I am excited about the review.
you had a chance to take a look at it.
I did.
Great, thank you for that. And
Yeah.
I sent a little this pamphlet that's on the screen right now with
Yes.
the email yesterday. So you were, yeah, I just
I
thought
did.
it was an easy way to kind of explain to everyone what we're doing.
No, I did. I mean, we had our first year review on Monday, so it gave me a little bit of an idea of how it all plays out and what's helpful.
Flows.
Yeah.
Thank you for
and
being with us today.
Yeah, of course. Am I the first reviewer to get here? You're red, white, and blue, Igor, when you drink out of your mug.
This is actually supposed to be Yves Klein blue, but it reads like this kind of like digital screen blue.
Yeah, it does. Well, it's a little bit, it's a different blue.
It helps to have Michelle next to me because you see that they are different.
That's what I was just going to say. Exactly.
That really helps. Color is relational.
Totally.
Hi, Emily. Hi, Elvira. Hi, Amy. Hi, Deepika. I can't wait to see your backgrounds.
Do you want us to turn our video on or not?
Yeah, please. Yeah, we'd love to see you.
Yes.
Oh my God, another blue.
Another blue.
Nice.
That's funny. And Deepika, hi.
Hi.
There's a nice purpley.
Yeah, I know. And Emily is another blue.
Where?
And I bet you Elvira is going to be either a purple or a blue, but maybe a yellow or orange. But I don't know. That's going to be a big reveal with Elvira's now. I'm really excited to see.
Is this coincidence or did you guys talk about putting a color background?
Well, we always do color backgrounds
okay.
on Zoom
for meeting.
on Mondays normally. But this kind of abundance of blue was not necessarily
coincidence.
Maybe I'll change just to. Does this give a little more variety?
It does, and it really makes your red pop.
That's a good lesson, right?
Yeah, got a little vibration going there. How's everybody's semester been on Zoom?
Takes some getting used to. It was, I mean, I think there's lots of great things they learned, just how to present and communicate. You really had to increase your communication skills.
I agree.
Big time, but I definitely miss the in-person, just, you know, conversations with my peers in the hall and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think that's the hardest part is sort of not sitting next to somebody, seeing what they're doing.
Yeah.
Just picking up stuff from being in the same space.
Although it's been really nice with digital work to post things for every studio, and so everyone can actually see at their own pace.
Yeah,
so that was really great, actually. I think students really learned a lot from each other when that was done, you know.
And actually in first year with such a big group of students, I would notice a lot because we also have them post on Box every assignment or every class. I'd see other students checking out, you know, their classmates' work Whereas in studio, they might not have been looking at it as carefully. And also, Igor, you should see the first year digital skills.
Yeah, I saw some of
Did
the
you-
work. It looked amazing. Yeah, yeah.
They really, the drawings, we focused obviously
Oh,
a lot
another
in.
blue.
Oh my
Oh my God. This is completely uncoordinated and yet somehow it's in the air. Paulina, Paulina might be a blue too or a yellow. I think she's gonna be a, oh my God, another blue.
They're all different too.
I love it.
Yeah, it's really great.
And Emily. Yeah.
It's our blue period, y'all.
That's right. It is.
And Elvira has a very nice violet.
I was going to go
Purple.
with the blue actually, but I went with the violet.
That's a nice violet.
That's a
Actually,
good
that looks good next to, you're right next to Deepika on my monitor. So
Yeah.
looks good.
Hi, Deborah. You're muted. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to do
Forgot.
that.
Nice to see you again, Igor.
Nice to see you. I really enjoyed seeing your students' work yesterday.
Oh, thank you. I'm excited to see yours, and I've enjoyed what I've previewed.
Did you have a chance to preview a little bit?
A little bit, yeah. A little
Good,
bit.
good.
I'm trying to get an ACSA presentation out today that's giving me trouble, so I've been going back and forth between the two. They're
Well, we
asking
will,
pre-recorded virtual conference presentations.
we're just waiting for 2 more students and 1 reviewer. And let's see, I don't think I have anyone in the waiting room. Hi, Adam.
Hey, Igor.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you
Keep
for
up.
joining us.
Thanks for having me. I wore my colorful shirt today.
I'm glad. Well, we're just waiting for, I believe, 1 or 2 more students. I'm having a hard time counting. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. For a couple more students to join us. And we have a good amount of time because we have 4 student projects over the next 2 hours. So it should really be plenty of time to make a relaxed introduction into the project for all the students to present their work at their own pace and then for feedback. So I might be overly optimistic, but I think we should be okay on time. And I'll try not to interrupt anyone, but if it looks like it's getting close, then I'll let everyone know. Shannon, show us your background. We're collectively going through a blue period, so we're curious to see what you do.
I was gonna do my my teal, so that fits in, but I'm just taking a screenshot of it quick. It'll be up in a moment.
Okay. And Erin is joining us too. So then we just we're missing Hannah O, and then we'll be able to get started. And we are also live on YouTube. So unfortunately, I don't think it works if I don't know if the link will work. I don't think you can copy and paste from the group chat in Zoom, but if you can, the link is there. Or I don't know, maybe on your upper left-hand corner, you can also see the link to Zoom. So it looks like we almost have our everyone. Hi, Megan. Thank you for joining us today.
Hi, your studio looks so cool. I can't wait to see everyone's work.
Well, I don't know if you saw on the schedule, there's also a link to all the project folders.
Oh, cool.
So if there's anything that you miss in this session, you're welcome to browse at your leisure. And I know that you were in this studio. It was different than this year, but you will have some memories.
Good memories.
From last spring.
Yeah, my review's tomorrow, so I'll be in and out, but I wanted
I
to
understand.
say hi.
Yes, look at Hannah has like a yellow orange yellow. That's really good. You're really representing the other side of the wheel. And then as soon as Erin and Shannon join us, we're gonna get started.
I couldn't make my
Yay,
teal work,
Shannon.
so I did the purple.
And we just need Erin's background and then we can get started.
I actually have to download a package. It's telling me to download a package to enable virtual background.
Oh
I don't
no,
want to make you wait. I'm sorry.
it's okay. This was, I think, Deborah's issue yesterday on Pratt's reviews. Well,
Yeah.
I think since everyone is here, we will get started. And then, so don't worry about the background. It's nice that today is like the bluish kind of period. So I'll just start with an introduction to the studio. This morning, we will look at 4 projects between now and noon. And hopefully for the reviewers, you've had a chance to preview some of the student work and the information that I have sent you. So the studio is in color. It's a graduate level studio. For those of you that are not from our school, it's a vertical studio because it's open to both first and second year students. And it's interdisciplinary really because it's offered to both architecture and interior design students. So it's a required course in the sequence, in the first and second year graduate sequence. But it's on a lottery system, like most of our, like all of our graduate studios, really. This morning, we are joined by Deborah Schneiderman, who is a professor of design at the Pratt Institute in New York. Deborah is a professor, a designer, and a renowned book author. We also have Adam Miller, who is an emerging scholar fellow. Did I get that right, Adam? At the School of Architecture. So he's doing a fellowship at the School of Architecture this year. And his review, he's teaching advanced design this semester at the School of Architecture, will be on Friday. And we are also joined by Joyce Rosner, who's a distinguished senior lecturer at the School of Architecture, and who has seen some of your previous work. And I'm really glad that you were able to join us again today. The 4 students this morning are Michelle Powell, Paulina Gallegos, Erin O'Brien, and Hannah Smith. 2 architecture students and 2 interior design students. I will not read the whole studio description, so don't worry, but I will just say that really the goal of the studio is to see how color can lead rather than follow in design. And you will see that students have really pursued that in different ways. Color, of course, shows up in representation, but it also shows up in terms of diagramming program. It shows up as a way of understanding surface, material, and immersive experiences. So you will see that that really happens in different ways in different projects, and the studio is really meant to be inclusive in the kind of various ways that one can try to figure out how one can lead with color in the design process. Today we will review six to finish completed online. The project just started as we were pivoting to online instruction. So it's shy of 6 weeks. Break January, February, and the first half of March, when we actually made a lot of things in relation to color. So this is, I think I'm getting some issues, maybe. Let's see. There's a little bit of lagging. Let's see. Hopefully we can continue.
Will it help if some of us turn off of our videos? I've heard that might help. But
maybe you can try that. Just early assignments.
Igor,
Yes, Deborah?
I heard that virtual backgrounds can actually diminish the quality. So I don't know if, since everybody's using virtual backgrounds, it may be a problem.
Well, but why don't we see how it goes? Maybe if we try to turn off video, if you're not speaking, and just to see if it works better. I hate to see these colors go. I love a good color grid.
Yeah.
But maybe it will work better. So let's see. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So just really quickly, just to give you a sense of what happened in the first 3 weeks. It's really about understanding color theory in relation to design, the various transformations from 2D to 3D, from theoretical to applied, and also through various color models, from paint to RGB to CMYK to paper and back to paint. And so you see some of the examples of student work here. From the first project, the second project is really using precedents as tools of observations, and then also as kind of sites of intervention. So it was really interesting to see what happens when kind of canonical works of architecture get kind of repainted. And we really looked at all of that intensely through models. And then the final project site, or the final project is a 6-week project. The site is a vacant infill lot in Manhattan. And so for those of you that know the city well, it's the north side of East 3rd Street between Bowery and 2nd Avenue. Really chose it not necessarily for kind of cultural context, but really for this kind of urban morphology with density, with a long and skinny site that would force one to kind of constrain, let's say, exterior form, because it's already predefined by kind of block morphology. And also it would kind of pressure one to go vertically as opposed to horizontally. So it's really seen as a kind of vertical volume space within which one can design inside out. The program is for a new Institute for the Advancement of Color headquarters. Although it's a kind of an invented institution, it's based on some of the real kind of nonprofit organizations like the Inter-Society Color Council and the International Association of Color Consultants, with a kind of mixture of public and administrative programs. And maybe I will really just stop there, because I think that the students will have a lot more to tell you. So if there aren't any questions, I will let Michelle begin. Does that sound good? Okay. Go for it, Michelle.
Okay. Okay, I'm Michelle Powell. I'm in my first year, second semester. So thinking about the Institute for the Advancement of Color, it would be a place where they teach, learn, exhibit, and study color. So I first looked at the primary colors because that will be the base of everything that they are doing in the building. There we go. From there, I use the primary colors to define program. So private space is defined with yellow, semi-public space blue, and public space being red. And these spaces could be public spaces as exhibition spaces, where semi-public spaces might be ticketed auditorium events, and private spaces are reserved for maintenance and research labs. From there, I created a hierarchy of spaces because they often don't exist in one room or one floor. And so whenever there's a secondary space, it will get a tent. These spaces interlock, making secondary colors. So I have the blue spaces interlocking with a tint of red to make purple, yellow with a tint of blue to make green, and yellow also with a tint of a orange red to make a lighter orange. And that's how I define my program. So although the program is quite colorful, I kept the circulation to be a neutral white, and there are interlocking blocks of color. I also chose to keep the facade of the building a neutral color because it is in the Lower East Side of Manhattan, but create a large amount of visibility so you can see peaks of color through the windows. The visibility seems extremely important as the building is so narrow, so it allows for light to come in. I also have popped up the top of the building to create a clerestory for light to come in. And then here in section, I also wanted to use these interlocking shapes to experience the difference of color through visibility. So I have a single, double, and triple story ceilings at different points. And so if you are in the pink exhibition room, you will be able to see down below to the darker hue of red or above to the archives of blue. And I'm also using circulation to be able to move through these voids and experiencing them vertically. Also thinking about the interlocking shapes, I wanted to create it horizontally on the floor as well. So just trying to create voids and room shapes that will be able to elevate this experience. This is kind of a representation of if I were to build a model, what I would like it to look like and represent with a high level of transparency to where depending on what view you look at it, you see different colors and pick up different hues. And for my perspectives, I really wanted to create a sense of what it would be like moving through the building with light quality and with color, starting at the basement and moving all the way to the top. where often you're picking up different colors based on where you're looking because of these interlocking shapes in light that is hitting it. And that's my last slide.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thanks. Michelle, could you go back to your the image of the model proposal?
Yes.
Yeah, I find this really compelling as maybe a conceptual partie. You know, looking at, I guess, how you just to divide the spaces sectionally, I think the impulse to push and pull in terms of like this interlocking idea is a really great idea. And I was wondering if not only just spatially, but like in terms of how the colors start to kind of overlap or interlock could start to happen, rather than a one-to-one mapping of this color goes on this space, but maybe there's an in-between or an overlapping moment in terms of how those spaces and those colors start to kind of blur the edges, blur the boundaries in such a way that this isometric model proposal is sort of like implying as a potential spatial condition. I'm just wondering if like, I know in your presentation you mentioned there is some visual transparency between the different literal spaces. Like you mentioned, if you're in the red space, you could look up and see, I think, the blue space or the green space. Is that right? Is there a moment where you can see that?
Yeah, so I think the best would be like if you're in this space, you can look up and see the blue space as well, or down, and this is moving into the red space. And let's see, so this is also an example of where you are moving through the purple hallway, but it is at times more pink, more blue, or more purple as you move through, depending where you're getting the light from or where you're looking in that space as well. And then maybe a little bit more direct. Let's see.
That one, Michelle, go, can you, I think it was your last slide, maybe.
The last one, yeah, that one.
Yeah.
See the blue, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the blue at the bottom, like that might be a place where it actually extends up over a piece, almost like a Diebenkorn painting, where you start to get one layer kind of overlapping another layer, just in that one zone.
The yellow does overlap. I don't know if you can see here. This is where the yellow comes up into the orange to kind of create that color.
I have a question for you, Michelle. Are you thinking about this, the conceptual model that Adam referred to, which, I mean, all the drawings are very seductive and really beautiful. I have to say, these are my favorite, actually, these last two, really, really nice. Are you thinking about this as a light color or surface color, sort of color on or color through? Because you said you'd like to model your project as sort of that image was how you might model it as transparency. So I'm just.
I think it's both. I think it's color on. I think it's how the light picks up the color that brings it through the space, and how it does have the different floor levels of visibility to create transparency that will carry that light and that color through to other rooms, is how I was looking at it.
You're muted, Deborah.
It's always good when someone notices I'm muted. I get so used to running my own classes with mine on all the time that when I'm in other people's, I forget to turn it on. I think it's most exciting when you begin to see the color passing through from one room to another. But also I think that a decision-making process of where that happens and where that doesn't happen could be kind of an interesting forward-moving step, which I don't know if you've considered. But if your walls and ceiling and floor were different, the same color, but different materials, where maybe one was more reflective or one was more rough or one was more smooth, you would actually begin to be able to meter how much of that color came through. So maybe, you know, if you saw the yellow in an orange room, like there would be more yellow coming through to a floor surface than a wall surface. Or same with the blue. Like in this one, we don't really see the blue interacting with the orange on the lower picture. I don't know if that was intentional or if it was like if you did a change in the way you had your lighting set, that would change that. But I think that kind of control of understanding, and we talked about right surface versus solid, but also understanding the reflectivity and materiality. If, you know, if something has like a textile versus a stone versus a paint, and they're all the same color, how does the new color kind of react to that?
Yeah.
And I think you will see. Yeah, go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
I was just going to say what's interesting to me about that, Deborah, is sort of thinking about whether it's applied color or innate color of the material. And as you said, the reflectivity, because right now everything is, it's a surface. It's just something, it's all the same. So you could really start to get nuances with what Deborah's suggesting to look at.
And also with the light, like this one, these views are so beautiful where the light comes through and creates like a demarcation across the surfaces. But I don't think that you used any color in the skylight opening. I don't know if you did that on purpose or considered it, but if you did bring in color into that glass, then you would begin to get lines of color that change as the light moves from floor to floor, depending on what floor the light fell onto.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good idea.
These are such great comments because I think that they all start to bring up strategies for how color can continue to have a presence rather than something that kind of happens at the very end of a project. And what I really appreciate about Michelle's work is that she has made an argument that color matters in this project, that it can't really be taken away anymore, but that we have to find different ways to make it happen. And I think you will find that in most of the projects that they've made a case, each student has kind of made a case that it's important. And then we can really start to continue to develop through design development, whether it's lighting, whether it's paint, whether it's material, whether it's soft, whether it's reflective. So I think it's a really great place to be. I think it would be difficult to now say, like, you know what, I think I like this color much better if it were all white or in black and white. Can you present it as a kind of grayscale project? I think the strategy is so dependent on it at this point, and that's where you want it to get to.
Igor, is there an aim in this project to begin to consider what happens with inhabitation?
I think you will see that.
And people come into it, how does that change the kind of presence and integration of the color that's so important to the design strategy?
I think different students thought about it to different degrees. I think that it's suggested. I think with Michelle, the impulse was really to try to keep these renderings pure in a way, because we didn't have enough time to really consider what it would take to choreograph inhabitation. In fact, as we did this online, the studio teaching changed quite a bit. And so we did it in modules, like every week was a different module. we had a module on circulation, a module on section, a module, and the last module was actually population, like populating your own project. And so beyond color, populating it with objects, people, even structure, that meant something different to each person. And I think, you know, Michelle chose to make sure that the color argument would stick first and that other things could follow. So yeah.
I wanted to show population more in my sections and in my plans and leave more of the perspectives to get the feeling of you moving through it without maybe distractions of what else would be there, is where I landed with that. So hopefully there will still be some idea of what goes on. Like I was thinking a lot about ceiling heights in terms of different programs and visibility in terms of offices and research and stuff like that, including population.
Great, thank you. I think that it's really clear that you've thought about that movement through the space and how the color is integral to that procession, but also I appreciate you noting that you thought about, you know, sizes of rooms and the heights of ceilings. And I can see in your section that it's not just kind of a you know, every floor is the same height, that you have really considered that kind of spatial quality and how it would work with the color and the program. So thank you.
One thing that I think is interesting also is at this point, Michelle, and I think it was, you know, the premise of the studio, you've kind of gone all out on color, which is really hard to do. I mean, that's always used, typically in architecture, it's used very timidly. And now it gives you an idea of, if you were continuing on, where you might step it back or where it might be most important, how you can get the most impact out of it in terms of the project. So you might find, if you were developing it further, that it's not color everywhere, or, you know, you narrow down your palette. But on the other hand, I really appreciate kind of the exuberance of the spaces and the fearless use of color in the project. And as Deborah said, yeah, you didn't ignore spaces, size of spaces, maybe function a little bit in terms of the interaction of color with whatever you're displaying in the gallery. But to me right now, at this point in the project, that's not so important, and that's not really what the project's about. So I really like your other section as well. I thought that was just compositionally a beautiful, not that one. Was it, or was it maybe, was it an elevation? No, it was the short direction, that one. I guess it's a plan. Is that a plan?
No.
It's an elevation.
No, it's an elevation. Yeah. I see. There's the outline. Yeah, no, I love that outline.
Okay. Do you have a final comment?
Yeah, sorry, my connection dropped for a second, but Michelle, I think your like interior perspective views of the colors in between the spaces is extremely compelling. I think it'd be interesting to look at that almost as not the end result and description of a condition, but maybe that's a working drawing to help you go back to the plans and sections to think about, okay, what are the spatial implications of designing for these sort of overlap conditions, and like kind of going back and like saying like, okay, if I'm using color as a one-to-one indication of my program, do I actually need walls to separate program? For example, like what is the functional condition of a wall except to separate program? I'm sure it has other uses, of course, but if the conceptual driver here is that in your project, color is one-to-one with program, perhaps there's a way that we can just work on using that in a very direct way to distinguish these different uses. And I think that those perspective drawings really kind of like are in a way convincing to me, because it also sort of shows that there is an ambiguity between these two different spaces because of how the light hits the color and reflects and refracts across the two differently colored programs. It actually starts to blur them. So it'd be interesting to like maybe do a section where there's no walls, or like there's no actual like architecture. The architecture is just the color of the paint, and that is what defines the space. I think that would be interesting.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you, Michelle, for presenting this beautiful project.
Thank you all.
Up next, we have Paulina, who
Hi.
is the first year Masters of Interior Design student.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I will share my screen. Then. Okay. So here we are seeing the colors that I integrated in my project. I have this idea of going from a primary to a secondary color using a gradient range between them as an analogous connection. The project is in New York City, and this is just the first glance at my project and how it's been integrated to the urban context in a contrasting way, because I really wanted to make it stand out from anything else. And this is a diagram to explain a little bit more about my colorist strategy. So I have each of these primary, secondary colors in the levels of the project, and the gradient range is applied to the main vertical circulation. And that is something that we can appreciate more here in these diagrams. So the colors or these gradient colors are completely attached to the geometry, and as the circulation is really like the central point is also attached to the program. And the overall strategy is about having the central void connected to all the spaces, and that for the public spaces, the void functions more as connections to an open plan. And for the more private ones, like for instance, the level orange and the level red, the void will work as a separation to create a little bit more of privacy. And also as a part of my colorist strategy, and I was thinking a little bit more about how the people will appreciate the project from exterior to interior. So this gradient or these colors are applied also to the thickness of the building. So the overall color of exterior color will be white, but as you have this movement in the facade design, you will start to perceive these colors as if you see the building from a perspective view. And I also consider how the light will come into the interiors, and as the facade is oriented to the south, I also was trying to kind of mitigate the heat that the facade was going to receive through the year. And yeah, here we can see a little bit more about this connection with the main vertical stairs with each floor. And this is how we can appreciate how you start to see, as you go through one level to another, you start to see, for instance, what will be the next color that you will appreciate. So it's kind of like starting to have a peek of what will happen in the next floor. And I'm going to start to show like how the interior spaces are looking. So starting from the upper level, this is an exhibition space. And here we can see how the light is entering to the interior, and how you can also see the color in the thickness. And as I was also trying to really highlight the color that I'm having in the stairs and in the floors, I have all the surfaces around really white. And here we are seeing the public archives and events area that I designed to have it between one exhibition space and other. So you can use also this middle level to potentially have an extra space for exhibition or to use it as an event space. And yeah, also this section we can see how the upper levels function as open plans, and the ones that are in between that are more for private purposes are starting to have these partition walls to create some privacy. And yeah, that for instance, we can see here in this isometric view that we have that separation in the orange and the red levels. And this is just a view of these kind of plans that have more private spaces. And also how, for instance, the studios or research labs interiors will look like. And okay, going forward from those levels, these are views from the ground level. The upper one is it's looking from the interior to the entrance, and the lower one is like looking from the entrance to the interior, and that will be the first view that you will have as you enter to the project. And this is the last one. This is the underground level, and the underground level have the auditorium, and I wanted to show how you will enter to that space, and how, because this space is one of the higher ones, so you will really have look at these stairs with this gradient of colors, and how the connection between these colors are really working. And I wanted to end the presentation talking about how my main concept was about, and it was about circulating in color. And the upper perspective view is what you will be seeing if you were about to go down to the stairs, and the lower one is looking up from the auditorium level to the upper levels. And that's it.
Thank you, Paulina.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I really appreciate how you have created this central void through the circulation in the building that allows you to experience color, or the color that moves through every level. And I particularly appreciate this slide because you can really understand how looking up versus looking down are two really different experiences, and it would be different on every floor, right? If you were on a lower floor, you would see a lot more of one looking up and a lot less of the other looking down. So I think maybe some sort of a diagram that shows like all of the floor experiences would be pretty wonderful, I think, to see. But this is a really good start to showing that. I also noticed that you are using varying levels of reflectivity and matte. So it looked to me like your white walls were matte and your color, floor, and ceiling portions were reflective. Is that correct?
Yeah, I have this idea that the white surfaces could also kind of pick the color that was on the floor and on the stairs, and also from the color that is coming from the thickness of the facade with the light.
Right, yeah.
Like kind of like the one that I have in here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that facade is also really successful. So is there a color inlay on every level in these louvers that brings the color through to the walls?
Yeah, and that colors corresponds to the gradient that will travel in the vertical stairs. Like as we can see here, you can start to see the cut through the facade having the same color of the stairs. Yeah.
I also appreciate how the stairs feel kind of, well, there's a gradient in the color, but they also have that sense of solid, right? They're the only thing that has color all the way around. So not just the top, the bottom, but the sides as well. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
correct.
I think it's very successful, and I think that we understand this banding of color and solid surface versus kind of more of an applique of surface. I wonder if you manipulated the reflectivity of the white walls, if that might change your experience from one floor to another or one space on a floor to another, because the reflective surface would pick up more than the flat surface. But I think that your exploration is really quite thorough. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, Pauline, I think this is a really sophisticated understanding of how you don't, how a little bit of color can go a long way, especially understanding how natural light hits colors and how that reflects onto surfaces. I think that's really nice. I saw that you all were looking at Barragan as a precedent, and I was wondering what other kind of influences you may have been looking for to like think of this proposal.
Well, yeah, as a main president, for me, I used the Hohenheim. And that kind of gave me this idea of this concentric circulation to go to the building. And then for color, also Barragan. And yeah, that's basically that one. And the other project that we like work on with, I can't remember the name, but that's the shooter house, I think. And yeah, so we started to study a lot more how a color could work in different ways.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Joyce.
No, go ahead. Finish your thoughts.
I think this is a totally successful way to think about color in a nuanced manner, and one that's totally achievable, and something we don't even need to build a new building to achieve. Like it's certainly a cost-effective way to think about designing. I guess some of the more compelling images are when we start to see, I think in that one plan when there's a mezzanine floor and there's actually two different colors that are kind of blending. I think that is a really like excellent sort of discovery that you may have had, or maybe this is something you discovered when you were rendering it, but you saw how these, like, just by having one surface that has color on it and everything else is white, like these colors actually blur and blend together. And so I think that this moment is really nice. And I was just thinking, like, okay, well, do you actually need the color painted onto the louvers on the side? Like, is it, you have so much color on the floor, you know, is it possible that you might be able to kind of achieve this sort of effect where there's like a blending of colors between the different programs, like in different ways, maybe, instead of like deploying the same technique on each floor. Like maybe on some floors it's on the louvers, or some floors it's on the ceiling, some floors it's on one wall, instead of just on the floor every single time. Like, what would happen if it was just on the ceiling on one floor? Like, how would you experience that space differently, or on a wall? Or what if there were two colors on, what if, like, if you thought about your section differently and you're like, well, anytime so on the green floor, the floor below it, the ceiling would be green. So then on each floor, you would actually have two colors, one on the ceiling and one on the floor. And just because the natural light hitting on the white walls, you would get like a gradient effect of color on the white walls. Or just, I don't know, just something to just different, like, different techniques of like trying to find these discoveries, I guess. Because I think this one is really great because it's like a moment where they can like kind of intermingle. And then at each other floor, it's a very successful understanding, but it is kind of the same thing again and again. And it'd be nice to see more like puncturing in between the floors, more openings between the floors where you could even just like make circle cuts in the ceilings, or like moments just to allow these spaces and colors to blur in between each other. Or maybe sometimes the floor plate just like pulls back from the walls in certain areas to like let those colors kind of blur up the wall, maybe, or something.
Adam is very excited to redesign your project, Paulina. And Adam, I think you should stay and see some of the other projects where some of these strategies might come up. Joyce, you wanted to say something?
Well, yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I think the fact that Adam is sort of coming up with all these different, you could do this, you could do that, is a testament to the strong idea of the project. There's a really strong idea underlying everything. And then, yeah, I mean, you could test all these different things. That's kind of what's exciting about light and color, is even with the renderings, we don't really know exactly what's going to happen because the light outside will change. It'll get warmer or cooler.
Yeah, for sure.
And if you're up high or if you're down low, if there's trees outside. So I think I really appreciate, I think Deborah mentioned it, the strength of that staircase that runs all the way through. And I actually really appreciate the pared down use of the color, because then I really focus on those transitions on this rendering on the top one, right where it goes to green, from green kind of down into the floor, and you start to catch hints of the orange coming up through. And I imagine you'd get really strong reflections. You're starting to see it on that inner rim of the stairwell. So I think it would be kind of these subtleties that would change constantly throughout the day that would be really interesting. I also was wondering, I mean, I think you could do a whole semester just on the facade and studying, you know, where you apply the paint. Is it on a side surface or a front surface or a back surface? Or is it the glass that's colored and not the louvers? What happens if that's where the light comes through and the color then hits the floor, reflects on the floor? So, but I think the overall scheme is really beautiful. And I really appreciate this one strong move that then carries through the whole project.
And I think what's really strong about it is that there is a relationship between the kind of the color spectrum and section, and that you actually found a way for the section to be a datum for how you navigate that spectrum. And I think that that's actually what set up kind of an ordering principle of where color could possibly go, because you're kind of cutting through the spectrum. So of course that cut has to be horizontal. And I think to me that's what's really what brings together the kind of the staircase as a kind of model of the spectrum. The kind of the facade would kind of broadcast that outside, and then the kind of the horizontal surfaces, which are the kind of slices through that spectrum. So I think it could have played itself out in many different ways, but I think that there is a kind of clarity to your strategy that you have arrived at through a lot of iteration. So a lot of other things that we're not seeing today are things that, you know, we've tried over the last 6 weeks. And I think that this is really clear because it makes an argument that color cannot just go wherever. It's actually embedded within the logic of how it works with other things. And I really appreciate that. You know, I don't think you could start swapping things because I think the logic is embedded within the architecture. I think that's really strong. So very nice job.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any final comments before we move on to the next project?
I have a
Well, I was going to say that, you know, we often as critics talk about all the things you could have done and we can't help ourselves. And especially when we haven't seen all your tests and iterations on the way, we don't know if you tried that and it didn't work. But I do really like, I want to reiterate that I do really like what you did, because even though you use the same technique on each floor, it's outcome is really entirely different based on hue and saturation of the color, the height of the space, whether or not, you know, some of the stories I see, you can see the stair passing through because it's double height. And like Joyce said, time of day and time of year will actually impact the way these floors look on different days. So if you weren't using the same logic on every floor, you actually couldn't have the datum of seeing how each one is actually very different depending on that change of time. So again, I'd just like to commend you on it. Very clear, well drawn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like that. The stair becomes kind of this vertical datum that everything can be measured against. Igor, I have just a quick question that's more general in terms of the studio. Was there discussion about the sort of the psychological impact of color?
I think for some students there was to different degrees. I mean, I think some of them, and you know, unfortunately you're seeing 1/3 of the projects.
Right.
So, I mean, we, at the beginning of the semester, as a kind of foundational color theory, for some of the students, it was kind of brushing up on existing knowledge. And for other students, it was somewhat new, but just as a way to begin a conversation. Perception, of course, as a kind of gateway to that. But I think, you know, the first half of the semester was so based on observation. That's kind of it's really in terms of human factors. What the studio focused on was being able to learn about color through direct observation. You know, we did not use necessarily or buy into kind of evidence-based research that makes arguments for. Some students played with that, as you would see later in the semester. But we looked at it really in terms of perception and experience. So it was very open.
I mean, what I loved about, one of the things I love about this project, and I think you or Deborah said it, is that like the colors have a very, like you can't move them around. Like the purple will not move up 2 levels and have it all work. So there's such a strong strategy for how you organize the colors that I really like. And that's why I appreciate the fact I was asking, because I didn't know if you then felt like you had to take into consideration these other issues. And I like the fact that you weren't dealing with that.
But, you know, I mean, even in Michelle's project, and I think you would see it in other projects that deal with program, even intuitively as designers, like when you're kind of diagramming program through color, you begin to think about what the principles might be. And so, yeah, I think you will see that kind of come up in different ways.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much,
Paulina.
Paulina. Yeah, nice job. Up
Thank you.
next, we have Erin.
Hello.
Hi, Erin.
Hi. Let me share.
Did we lose Adam again?
We may have, let me see in the. Yeah, oh, no, well, I don't know. Yeah, he's not on, Igor.
Does this work? Do you guys see my first page?
Not yet.
Yes?
Not yet. Do you? I mean,
Oh,
no,
not
it's just black. I see the top of it, the kind of the title of it, but the rest of it is black.
And I just see all black.
Yours is all black also, right?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, I don't see it either. Well, now I just see Igor.
Yeah.
I can turn off my video if it's too much. Oh.
No.
I'm gonna share my whole desktop and then navigate that way.
Okay.
And now you can just go to full screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Hi. So I mainly thought about overall form and construction in my project, and I wanted color to come from specific materials, but also have an overarching organizational scheme. So I had the idea that public spaces would be the most open spaces, so ceiling heights and a white color were used, and then private spaces are always a pinkish orange. Circulation is always blue, and then those are kind of sandwiched in between very different spaces of yellow and green. And I designed the building completely in section. We started with the kind of code requirements and the allowable building area having 25% of the plan open to the sky, which is a uniquely New York kind of aspect to it. And then that had to be oriented to the back of the building because the building behind it actually had egrets at the back. So we needed to leave that open so we wouldn't black out all of their windows. And then just starting to divide vertically the ceiling heights and play with them to make larger public spaces and then sort of a more office level private space. And then the addition of the circulation requirements for a building of this size, which is a Class A occupancy. And then sort of a purely formal gesture of adding the circles to the ends of the slabs to add a sense of interior volume, since it's such a narrow space. I think my project works best in isometric because you can see where each color is playing and also how the circulation runs from front or from top to bottom, and also planks the front and back elevation. This is sort of a volumetric diagram. Even though my building is concrete and would be quite heavy, the front and back facades being transparent, so a sort of blue, maybe acrylic for the external circulation walls, and the pinkish glass makes it more light. We have a cut through the elevator shaft, which is in the exact center of the project. I'm also working on a 4x4 grid, basement levels. This is the lowest level rendering of the auditorium, which is going to be a very rich space layered with a lot of materials and textures, with a bright, almost maybe like a neon lighting that gives way to the fact that it is underground. This is a rendering of the main level, and the exhibition spaces are also laid out similarly with the same materials. So you have double height spaces in the lightest color pairing of the reflective white and blue. The office spaces on levels 2 and 3, which form kind of the loft, are orangish brown. I think they're stained concrete, so you really get a feeling of the slab. 4 is another gallery, 5 is another office space. 6 is the main gallery, so it's the largest height space. And then the roof, we have the yellow and blue pairing, which kind of trickles down the back facade. A reception on the roof to end everything. And then I've added all the plans at once if we need to reference that.
Thank you, Erin. Erin is actually is a second-year MArch student.
I've actually been checking your list to see, not that it should matter, you know, who's interior design, who's architecture, what year are they in.
Okay.
A general question that I had was, because you were on my first year review, but it's not really first year in my review, right? It was grad. So some of the students had a background undergrad and some students had a foundation. Are your students who are first year all completely new to design?
Yeah, mostly. Yeah. Like all the 80, mostly.
Mostly.
Maybe some light background, but not a lot.
Yeah, so that's a long way to come, you know, just in the second semester of the first year. So I commend seeing that work so early in education. In this project, I begin to see that kind of second year coming through. I think in the manipulation of the facade, where we begin to see this banding come through and become spatial beyond the limit of the project. I think that kind of adds a layer of depth to the project, but also considering that this is an opportunity for light to come through, I also appreciate. So it seems like you've considered light, both natural and artificial, and how that will affect the color of material. And I think that really permeates. And you've also made a really different choice because your colors are not so primary as in the other projects. So you've kind of gone off the main initial stage of the color wheel. I'm not exactly sure though, in some cases where the color's applied, like in the pink layers, it looks like it's the glass and the floor, but is it the ceilings as well? Or is there a rule on that? Like where color's applied?
Yeah, in the pink layers, because those, in addition to being the single height spaces, they're also the ones that are enclosed in kind of the sandwich of a slab that loops around. You have concrete on all sides except the loft edge, which is glass. So the combination of applied color, but to the concrete with a stain on the ceiling, and then goes around the edge of the circle and then onto the floor.
Mm-hmm. So the pink pieces that come out are concrete. It's concrete all the way through. So they don't have the natural light affecting them?
They are, you might be able to see it better in section. They are void. To the left of the blue circulation is a void, but they're capped with glass, so that you see, you could see in, especially in the 5th floor. Hopefully you can see my mouse. About here, you would get a direct window.
I see. Okay. So on that floor, it's angled. On the other floors, it's just it's shorter, but not angled.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
But
yeah, I think that's
a
a
void.
smart way to continue your concrete loop, but also allow natural light to affect those spaces as well. So I do appreciate that you've thought about how to bring that form through, but also how to use more than just material color in the development of the project.
Yeah, I agree. And I in your perspectives, it becomes very apparent how the blue kind of punctuates the circulation through these lighter colored spaces. So that one, it's less of a contrast because the values of those are more similar, but in the lobby space, I think it was, yeah, here it becomes very apparent and you get sort of these nice reflections that happen from the blue against the the lighter unsaturated kind of pinkish tone. I also think it's interesting that you use the curve ends to actually not just as these kind of aperture size pieces on the front or on one facade, but then on the other side, how they become an interior forming of space.
Yeah.
And which would also then again, then change how you perceive the color and how it gets reflected. Sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to, I think noting on how I deviate from a primary color selection, what was important to me in color was creating moments of gradient that the curve really added to in a space. So it's more than just, you know, maybe a pink or a blue space, but you get all the levels of gradient, including all the muddy grays and browns that are made when you mix certain pairings that I think would be important to people who inhabited this building and primarily studied color.
I can see that very clearly. So I think that that's really successful. I also was interested in your use of pattern. I think it's the first that I've seen someone bring pattern into one of the projects. Is that printed pattern or is it like a textural pattern?
It's a textural representation. In this space, it's that it would be a rich fabric, a chartreuse velvet. Not that that's very architectural, but it was important to me and the way that it would absorb light. So I wanted to indicate where texture would be to differentiate where things are reflecting. So, and where the light is being absorbed and would be darker.
I think that's a really great idea in terms of like, not just thinking about color is color, but how color performs on different materials and creates different effects and makes us feel differently, basically.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the sort of underlying things that maybe would be just great to be pulled out more in your project here. Like, I think just maybe due to maybe the way you're representing materiality in this perspective, or maybe in your other representations, but it might just be helpful to see like a materials board or something, like something as simple as that, potentially, just to get across the sense that, yes, I'm totally designing these things with materials in mind. And maybe it's also just a different way of thinking about these renderings. Like, this is kind of collage-y, so why not push the collage aspect further? Like, why not actually like bring in sort of like literally like photo clippings into these kinds of images, like up close detail of like velvet potentially, or just a thing that sort of communicates that materiality maybe more effectively would be really great, because I love that idea of like a chartreuse velvet. I think that sounds really sumptuous.
Yeah, and I think it is architectural. I think it's a mistake to think, you know, that just because something is textile or maybe I'm trying to think of the right word for velvet, like decorative, that it's not architectural, because it is, and it will react differently to light and shadow. And actually, if it's velvet and someone touches it and you change the direction of velvet, different pieces will actually pick up light in different ways. So you could almost like begin to manipulate that surface individually and experience the effect of light and shadow change on it.
You know, Erin, you're an architect, so everything that you do is architectural. So you get to define what architectural is, because that's what architects do. What we do as architect is architectural. So,
well, and also how you apply it. I mean, do you apply it in panels? How do you set that up? What's the system? where there's seams, all that. And like Deborah said, the direction of the velvet, all of that becomes very architectural. Erin, can we see the roof rendering again?
Yes.
That for me, and again, I really like that you're using textures on this. That one for me feels so much heavier than I think of it. It might just be the texture for the whatever I'm seeing beyond. Is that a surf? Yeah, is that a surface of a building? Is it sky? I'm not sure how I.
It's not sky, it's style.
Yeah, I was thinking an evening reception for an opening.
But I think I wonder if the roof could go to white and these blue punctuate, and then you get sort of the colors of whatever's happening outside. So it becomes a more neutral background for the surrounding landscape versus all of a sudden it feels like and it's partly just from reading the renderings too. The interior renderings read very light and airy, and then the auditorium one kind of reads appropriately, I think, for the kind of space it is. And then this one, to me at least, feels much heavier than I think of sort of the top of the building, the outside. It's an exterior space.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. So that's just something that I'm reading. I may be just the only one reading that into it, but it's something that struck me when I saw this one. I wanted it to just sort of like fizzle out up to the sky.
Yeah, I think the reception areas of the back courtyard and the roof for me were always nighttime spaces. And so that's why I had it the way, yeah.
We have a lot of Texans designing a building for New York. So they're really designing for the 2 months in New York when you can do that. But it's, I think, that Erin, I think what's been interesting about your process this whole semester actually is how much the way that you draw and the way that you render and the way that you paint. I mean, we painted in the first half of the semester, how much that actually becomes your design process, and to really trust that. Because I think that if your mode of representation had been different, we would have a completely different understanding of this project and a completely different read of it. And I think the resolution of your project would have been different. So I would just encourage you to trust that, that when you put a pattern in a rendering, it's not, that it means something, and that you did it thoughtfully, and that you can trust yourself that it means something. And that can actually continue to kind of nurture you to continue to develop your work. But it's been really great to kind of see a lot of these ideas and thoughts from you come to fruition. Erin was also working on a construction project where she used the studio project as a building that she did all the calculations for. I haven't seen that version of it because I would hope that it was maybe simplified a little bit structurally, but maybe after this review, you can send me your construction project so I can get to understand how you dealt with it structurally for that part of your education.
Yeah, it was hard. It was fun though. I really enjoy concrete.
Any other final comments before we move to the final presentation of the session?
I would just like to, encourage you to continue developing your own style. I like that it's not just simply like a photorealistic rendering style. Like you're clearly like, you have interest in representation as maybe communicating things that like a photo couldn't. So like what are ways that when you are deploying these patterns or super graphics or things like this, that maybe they do take on a meaning, like beyond just like being there. It would be really cool if like they started to describe, like if you're showing big patterns, like maybe it actually is describing like a real condition there, but it's like abstracted to a certain degree. I think that would be really great. And I don't know if you've looked, I'm sure you have your own precedents, but like people who have used like collaging in the past, and maybe not the same way, but like Memphis from the 80s, very Pomo, but the way that they use pattern and collages, I think you might find interesting, maybe not the designs themselves. And then, you know, going back further, just like Archizoom, Archigram, Super Studio, people like that may be interesting to just look at in terms of how they do representations.
Mm-hmm.
Also, you could look at Titania Bilbao. Have you looked at, you nodded, Erin, like, I don't know, have you looked at any of her collages?
Every review since I think my very first one, someone has said, you know, I think you really might like this person. Yeah, I reference her almost every few weeks, probably.
Okay.
But also OMA, because the kind of collage strategy is related to program.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's an obvious one. And we looked at a lot of that, but I think we could go in that direction as well. Okay. Well, congratulations, Erin.
Thank you so much. This has been a really good experience, and thank you guys for your encouragement.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
So up next, we have Hannah Smith, and she is a first-year Master of Interior Design student with no background in design. So second semester of design school ever. Hannah, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours, or the screen.
All right, are you all able to see?
Yes.
Awesome. All right, so hi Joyce, Adam, and Deborah. I'm Hannah Smith. As you said, I'm a first year of interior design student, master's, and my background is in anthropology. As you know, for our project, we were tasked with designing the Institute for the Advancement of Color. And for this assignment, we were asked to develop a color strategy and apply it purposefully. I was particularly inspired by the artists Doho Su and Joseph Albers for their work with transparency and implied transparency. And ultimately, I kept coming back to this Albers-like work in this electric and ethereal color palette. Here, two basic analogous color pairings are layered to imply the effect of transparency. And it was my intention to experiment with how this specific piece of work could be spatialized at the scale of the building. So by now, you are very familiar with our site on 19 East 3rd Street in New York, but I wanted to share a sense of how this bright toy-like structure would stand out and land in this gray grid of a New York City block. So how I set out to spatialize this work that you see at the top. You see in the exploded massing model how the building is composed of 3 color-coded sorts of buildings inside of a building, which is this colorful glazed shell. There's a bright transparent blue facade in the front, followed by the administrative spaces in blue, research and lab areas are in purple, and the public spaces are in dark pink. And then the back facade of the building is a transparent red material. There is this brightest red also that kind of is leading you around the building in terms of circulation. It is the color of all the stairs as well as the elevator. And so the strategy here is not subtle. Whoops, I want to go back. I'm going forward. There we go. It's not subtle. As you look from the front of the building to the back or down through the structure, looking, you know, up or down, you're seeing this the layers of color trying to, through their application, imply transparency without necessarily being transparent in all cases. You also see that the different structures intentionally interlock in a complex way. And this represents that all of these functions, admin, research, and exhibition, the interests of the public, are coming together to serve the purpose of the organization. They couldn't exist without each other in serving the organization's larger goal. So for this project, we were quite purposefully not provided with a client with specific needs, just kind of general program. But we were rather asked to imagine how the program and design we develop would define the organization that would inhabit it. For me, as an anthropologist, this was the aspect of this project which I enjoyed exploring the most. It was interesting to feel that as I designed, my decisions were informing the DNA of a fictional organization and vice versa. That the more I came to know this fictional organization in my mind, the more the informed the development of my project. So as it evolved, I understood the Institute of the Advancement of Color as a radical and experimental headquarters for an organization which sees color as political. I thought a lot about David Batchelor's work, Chromophobia specifically, where he wrote about how color has become connected with superfluousness, I can't say that word, inferiority, femininity, foreignness, and really any kind of other outsider, which is outside of the dominant white male perspective. And I imagine that this was an organization which would make that connection political, that they would be advocating for the advancement of color in a way that is deeply connected with the liberation of marginalized people, which you will see kind of throughout in the artwork. So how did I arrive here? First of all, the bright toy-like quality of the facade is going to force the experience of color on the passerby, and it stands out as an outsider on its own block of gray. From the inside, the transparency will literally color the world outside, symbolically imposing its own unique perspective. And the sequence of the building also speaks to the organization that I have invented for myself. It's a bit of a mullet. It's business in the front and party in the back. The front of the building, which primarily serves administrative functions, feels familiar in everything but its materiality. It's very much a lobby with an elevator and these very predictable set of stairs that lead you up to the offices. And so that's your meeting with the sensible suit types. And then kind of as you move back, it gets a little weirder and a little more experimental. The middle of the building contains laboratory and research spaces. And I figured those would be spaces where you would really want to carefully control the quality of light. So those aren't really exposed to the natural light or the interesting lighting effects that go on here. It's very much a controlled situation with interior lighting. Then as you get to the back of the building, the experience becomes more bizarre and more about exploration, and it's more for the guests. And I use front, middle, and back very loosely here because really that kind of thinking is very much defined by the bottom, the first floors of the building, and it gets much more loose as you move up and they begin to interconnect more. So here I have my floor plans, seeing that in the basement we have the archives and auditorium, a lobby space, some laboratory and service areas, and guest functions. And then as you move up, it becomes these overlapping spaces for administrative, laboratory, and exhibition. And it is a very kind of intentional aeration that they're involved with each other and seeing each other while maybe not necessarily interacting. You can also see that the public areas are differentiated in that they tend to have these higher building or higher ceiling heights than the other areas. In particular, the kind of grand exhibition space at the very top and the large auditorium space at the bottom. So here's a view of the back. Something that I really wanted to highlight is the unique path of the visitor through this building. There's a swirl that's kind of moving up and down that is traversing these other laboratory spaces, but and kind of going through them, but never allowing access to them. So with all of that, we're going to explore kind of the visitor experience in a tour-like way, while getting a view at some of the workspaces as well. So here we see the entrance, and this is where that connection to the Albers kind of layering transparency aspect is the most obvious. It's very literal. You, as a guest moving through this hallway, are transitioning through the blue to the purple to the red, and then the very red is at the back with that transparent back facade or shell. And then in the lobby, we have this very dramatic portrait of a famous voguer kind of connecting to the purpose of the organization. And you're also seeing kind of the layering, the play of transparency, glossiness, and matte. So to get to the auditorium area as a guest, you can descend through the archives. You don't have access to them, but you're seeing them as you go down this red staircase surrounded by dichroic glass. Here you would see what someone who has access to the library and archive area would see in their workspace. And then this is the auditorium itself, kind of beautifully lit in the back. You can see the archives, or you could cover them up with the curtains if you so choose. I imagine this space is something that's not really, I imagine it being very flexible so that people could use this for anything from giving talks to presenting a fashion show to, you know, it could serve so many purposes. So I didn't want it to be like set in stone. I wanted it to be a movable space, and also that you could control looking into the archives or not. You could control sound and modulate light with dramatic curtains that are both in front of and behind you. So moving back as up the stairs, this is a view from the back in the public stairwell, where you would have varying experiences at different times of day, just based on how, and time of year, based on how the light would be penetrating these transparencies. And also showing that kind of the weird journey of the visitor, that you are seeing these stacked structures and you're passing over them and through them, and selectively only having access to these exhibition spaces, but really having a sense of the other things going on around you. So this would be the first exhibition space that you would arrive at. You are seeing in the back kind of this back-facing view, looking essentially into what is an alley, but making it kind of beautiful through this lens. You're also currently sandwiched between two laboratory spaces in purple. So you have the sense of other things going on, but again, you are unable to access them. I also have a shot here of what one of those front offices could potentially look like. Here, I thought it would possibly be less important to have to perfectly modulate the light for projects because it's not a laboratory, and maybe they could get more of the experiential qualities while still having an office environment. Lastly, we arrive at the very top where you're in this dramatic double height space. This is the first time that you are experiencing this dichroic glass sphere that is fully revealed, that has been going on in subtle ways through all of the levels except the basement. But now here you're finally seeing it. And the idea being that it would hopefully pass light down through the building, although in New York, you know, you would have to study that. But I also imagine it could be filled with some sort of light, like a long dramatic light fixture at night. So yes, in this double height space, you are now experiencing the full width of the building as well, or depth rather. You have the blue coming in through the front as well as the red at the back. You also kind of have a peek into this kind of crown jewel conference area, where they also can kind of look down at you and see a little bit of what is going on in their organization for the public. And also just a nice, sweet little shot of something experiential of looking out the front of the building. So that concludes my tour through the building, and I'm excited to hear your thoughts.
Thank you, Hannah Smith.
Thank you. I really like your conceptual framing of the project, and I like how you are bringing in the political aspects of this potentially. I guess I just I can see how that is visible in the design, in the renderings like this, where we get to see a sense of like, all right, this program is for a particular group, obviously, and it's that group sort of presents itself through maybe what's curated in the rooms.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering if there's other ways that we can kind of read that narrative you're telling us in the drawings themselves. So the drawings, or maybe not just drawings, but maybe other kinds of imagery could kind of describe this narrative, so that, you know, when you put this in a portfolio or something, I think the narrative is very strong and it's clearly well researched. So it would just be, I'm just wondering if you could start to work on maybe more representations or newer, or just adding to the ones you have here to kind of bring that narrative forward a little bit more. Because I really appreciate it and I like it. And all of the images are really nice, of just the way the color works out, and like just in terms of describing color, I think it's very interesting, and like it's very pretty. So good work on that.
Thank you.
I think you have a lot of really well considered moments. I think early in the presentation, you spoke to how the building being color and having a glass facade would actually color the city outside, which is true and really important, that the work that you're doing here isn't just delimited by the confine of the building. I would love to see a drawing of what that interior color does to the exterior outside. I don't think that you showed that, unless I missed it, but I think that would be a really fantastic drawing. It could be a section or a perspective. I do see these views where you see from the inside out. So that was going to be my next note, was that you're changing the experience of the viewer, and you're laying a palette of color over the city. And I don't think that I saw that in the other projects either. So it's not just what's happening inside, but you're affecting, like you're seeing the world through rose-colored glasses, right? So you're changing the way that we see the city outside. So I think that's really clear in your drawings as well. There are a few drawings, like I appreciate that you see the labs and they're kind of made special. I'm not sure that that's diminished by also seeing the conference rooms, although you're doing it in different ways. So I do wonder, I mean, your geometries are really complex. I don't know that they need to be quite so complex.
I hear you.
And maybe you limit it, like labs float and you get to see them from interiors, but conference rooms don't. Do you know what I mean? Like, so you pick the one thing maybe that has that. But I do see that they float in different ways. When I saw your conference room, I was reminded by an Adam Kalkin project that I really like, Bunny Lane House. It's like a big steel building built out around a pretty normative house, and there's like a grid of container rooms that you see where it's like becomes performative, like everyone who's in those 9 container rooms is on display. So your conference room view that you're showing me here is kind of like that, but I think it may be competing a little too much with the floating labs and then the staircases. So I would say, like, sort of decide which of the pieces kind of get that kind of elevated, formal, hierarchical importance, and maybe limit it to that. But that said, I think that kind of this, for me, the moments that really work are those kind of floating conference rooms, this idea of the blending of colors, and that color tells you what kind of space you're in. So it's, you know, it's creating an ambiance to the space and changing the way we see the world, but is also explaining where you are in the space. So it's functional, but also that idea that you're affecting the exterior, I think is really interesting and really important, that we don't end at the line of the building. There's a gradient of transition that we see within your interior space, but also spilling to the exterior if you showed that drawing.
I love your thought about the rose-colored glasses, because I had never made that connection, and that's exactly what the back is.
Yeah, I used to have rose-colored glasses. I think I really need another pair.
Yeah, I agree. I think you have some really compelling moments, and the way I think one of the strongest parts of the project is how you're negotiating inside and outside. And even you didn't talk a lot about these little pop out pieces. You have the one rendering that shows it, but as Deborah said, it does kind of start to set up this mediation between inside and outside on different levels. One is kind of looking in, looking out, but then literally there are pieces that push out into the realm of the street. And so I think that's an interesting aspect to look at. I think that you have so many of these little moments that what's connecting them all could be simpler. Like sort of, and Deborah touched on that too, is kind of the hierarchy of the spaces, because some of it gets lost, given that there are so many different moments. But I do think the way that you described it was really, really nice. And it's always fun to have someone come in from a different background and start to see them using those aspects of their previous education and how they start to approach interior design, architecture, use of color, the place of a project in a larger context. So I think Adam's suggestion of finding a way that you could convey that information even more through drawings and diagrams. It might even be a page of diagrams that starts to talk about that, so that it doesn't rely on you having to explain it or it being all verbal, but that there's actually some visual explanation, because it really is very nice to see those things merging.
Thank you. I've been racking my brain. How would I express that as a diagram? And I'm not asking anyone to answer that question. I'm just curious how it could be done.
I don't know exactly, but I think what I would start out is think about the words that you're saying, and even just sketching in a sketchbook kind of visual notes of how you might translate those words graphically. Don't even think about it initially as I've got to make a drawing. Just think about kind of words versus visual notes. And then maybe that will help you set up a vocabulary, almost like a legend, a map, that you can then use to describe the project.
I think like design is a process that links ideas to representations. And it takes some time to figure out how words become graphic. And at least publicly, this is almost the first time that we have heard this narrative. So I think what you're discovering in this project is that narrative is important for your work, and see if you can find that narrative, acknowledge that narrative, make that narrative public, get feedback on that narrative, try to represent it, and then do it over and over again until you get there. So I think that this is really a terrific project that helps you discover what is your trajectory through a project, and hopefully next time around, if that's important, it will come out sooner and you'll have more time to think about it, to work on it, to get feedback on it, and then to, you know, advance your own ability to use design as a link between thoughts and actions.
I totally agree with that. And if I could just maybe give you some references. Laurel Broughton is a designer who's actually will be coming to my review, who works through narrative in a lot of ways. And so you could take a look at her work and how she presents her work, because it's very much narratively driven. And she basically designs through narrative.
How do you spell Broughton?
Broughton. And, you know, you can also just think about, I think Jimenez Lai might be an interesting architect to look at, which is Jimenez and then Lai. He also designs through like sort of like comics, and he's an architect and teaches at UCLA, but yeah, he's come out with like basically architectural proposals that are essentially just comic books and things like this. But it's just like there's different media that you can use to kind of convey your message, I guess, is what I'm trying to get across.
Also, Deborah co-authored a book about the prefabricated bathroom, which is written as a comic. So another in-house example that we have.
Cool.
Something that I am happy that I'm being pointed in this direction, because something that if I had had more time on this project that I would have done is I would have liked to explore this a bit more through drawings. In my last project, I really enjoyed actually like drawing my own figures and imagining their lives and things like that. And I didn't really get to bring that to this project. But yeah, I would love to take it there.
Given that this is only your second semester in the School of Architecture and Interior Design, you have lots of time to explore.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much a time that you're developing your own voice, you know, not only in the way that you approach conceptualizing your design, but also in a mode of representation. I have a Pinterest board with a lot of different drawings on it that I actually stole the beginning of it from Amy Campos. I don't know if she's on later today or not, but she's
not, she couldn't make it.
She couldn't make it, okay. It's just a great idea to have a collection of drawings on a Pinterest board. So I kind of grabbed some of hers and have been grabbing them over time just to help my students see that there are so many modes of representation and you know, having something to sort of jump off from and tweak to make your own, or looking at 2 or 3 different projects. But it's really a great time of exploration, and representation is so important to what we do. It's kind of our, if we're not 3D printing, it's our end product, and then someone else takes that and makes their end product. So, you know, I know the semester's over, but, you know, doesn't always have to end right away. You might come back in and make some of these adjustments for your portfolio. You might still be, is Texas leaving the building now? Texas is going outside. I don't know if you're sequestered out.
Not a lot. Austin's not going out a lot. So the final review is over, but the semester is not over. So I encourage all the students to keep working on your projects if you would like to.
Yeah.
If you're tired of baking bread, you can continue to work on your projects.
Yes.
And if you're thinking about, I mean, looking at these references helps you think about representation as a way to expand on your ideas. So using it as an instrument in the design process, not just representation, final representation, but actually let it be a tool.
That's a really important thing to come back to, really, that it's not at the end of the day, making a convincing argument about a project does not necessarily make the project good. So you have to do both. You know, we're not in the business of successfully selling bad designs, hopefully, because we have the responsibility to design good things. And so I think all of these things really go hand in hand. It's not, you know, I think the studio has been so much about using color as a way of getting away from applying things after the fact. And the same thing goes for narratives and ideas. How do we not, and graphics, how do we not apply things after the fact, but how can we embed them in a more meaningful or authentic way? Any last thoughts?
I would just like to thank everyone for taking on color, as you know, we tend to forget it and make it last. So constructing the studio, Igor, and the students taking on the challenge of color being an integrated way that we think through design, I think is important, and created some really interesting projects. So I commend you and thank you all for sharing this work with us and for continuing to move through it during this time.
Maybe you guys can all turn on your cameras just for a moment so we can be together as a group for just a couple of minutes while we hear final feedback. So nice to see everyone again.
Yes, thank you all. And it was really nice for me having seen your first project in the studio way back when we could see it in school. But it was really nice to see how you went from just kind of learning about color, applying color, looking at it abstractly, but still maintaining some of those abstract qualities while you started to address space, mass, volume, all those other issues. So it's been, I mean, really exciting semester. And, you know, Igor knows I love color. So it was great to see. Thank you all.
Yes, thank you to the students and Igor for addressing this very difficult topic, because it is very rarely made to be the center of our attention as designers. I think all of you had different exciting ways to think about how color can be used, not just as an applique, but as a way to generate spatial organizations, and how different programs might fit best with certain colors and affecting certain moods, and also how this interacts with materiality. I think they're all very great projects exploring different aspects of different ways that color could be used. I guess just like a reference that if you all are interested in continuing like looking at color, like architect Adam Nathaniel Furman has a research group called Saturated Space, which is based in London, and it's been a project going on since 2014, and they have various architects from all over the world like writing on different topics about color. And I think it would just be interesting. I'm sure maybe some of you are familiar with it already, but it might be interesting if you want to continue down this path to take a look at that. So thank you all. And I love color too.
We love color, Igor.
Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, Joyce. And thank you to the students who presented and those that carefully followed this first session. It's a quick lunch break now. We will resume at 12:30. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to share the YouTube link with anyone because it was set up right before we started, but I think I'm gonna do that. So hopefully we can get some more eyes on our work. Thank you all so much. I'll see the students at 12:30.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Hi, Virginia.
Hi, Igor. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. You would think after all these Zoom meetings, I would remember to unmute myself. Your studio looks super interesting. Are you having a little break now?
Yeah, we just finished. We had a little break, and we'll start our second session any minute.
Okay.
So yeah, I think just a little lunch break. And we have Nerea joining us. Hi, Nerea. How are things going in California?
They're good. You know, I'm lucky because the weather is so nice here. So I brought some of my 3D printers from my lab and I set them up in the backyard under the magnolia tree and I just print outside.
That's amazing.
It's
And
nice.
I see that Matthias has been helping you guys a lot too, right?
Yeah, he prints PPE and I print clay and we just try to keep, you know, some semblance of normal, I guess. You know?
I understand.
Yeah, how are you?
Well, the weather here has also been beautiful. I mean, it's like unseasonally beautiful. It's like super green. It's like 70 some degrees outside. We've had a few hot days, but it's been the weather really saves us, you know, because even if you can just be outside a little bit, it makes a huge difference.
Yeah, it does. And I've seen all your posts on Instagram where you're out walking around and I'm like, oh, that looks so nice.
I know that's one of the benefits of lower density is that during these times you can be outside without encountering too many people, especially in like nature trails and things like that.
Yeah, see, we don't have that here. If I go over to the bay, it's really crowded of people walking and biking. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the parks here are bad. It's scary. Like driving through the city and like last weekend and the weekend before, I'm like, what are these people thinking? But we know some secret spots that are less populated, a little bit out of the way, and yeah. So.
Good.
Yeah.
I like your cyan and red. Your red shirt with your cyan background.
Well, you know, so I will ask the students to so Allison is here also. Yeah. So actually what I was saying is that we actually all have a color virtual backgrounds, but it seems like they're eating up a lot of bandwidth. So things kind of slow down when we have them all on and when we're sharing screens. So I will ask the students to just turn themselves on for a moment, their video, so that you all can meet each other. And yeah, and then Allison, please feel free to join us when you're ready. Emily, Alex. Hi, Allison.
Hello.
So ideally we could keep this grid of participants on, but I think in the last session we learned that it kind of slows things down a little bit. So I will begin by introducing the reviewers. For the second session, we have Virginia Sanfratello, a partner at Rael Sanfratello Architects and the founder and director of Emerging Objects, the kind of leading practice in the world of 3D printing. Across the field of design at different scales. We have Allison Gaskins, a lecturer at the School of Architecture, who is teaching Design 6 at the undergraduate level. And well, it's your Construction 2 professor for the interior design students. And we have Nerea Feliz, who is an assistant professor at the School of Architecture. I think you all know each other already. I have sent you this kind of brief document about the studio. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to look at it, so I'll just go over it really quickly to kind of set the context, and then we will look at the first of 4 projects that we'll review this afternoon. So the studio is in color. It's a graduate level studio. Virginia, in our vertical sequence, we have a combination of first and second year students. In this case, that's mostly true for architecture students. So we have a mix of first and second year graduate architecture students, and then a cohort of first year interior design students. It's a required studio as far as the kind of the sequence goes. It fulfills both NAB and CETA criteria, but of course we work on a lottery system. So the students that are in the studio presumably wanted to do a studio on color. This afternoon, we will have Shannon, Emily, Deepika, and Amy present to architecture and to interior design students. I won't go through the whole studio description because I think the combination of student presentations and then the information that we've distributed will make all of this self-evident. So I will just say that the kind of central point to the studio is to explore how in one's, in a project or in one's design process, one might lead with color, or how color might lead rather than follow. And you will see that play itself out in different ways, sometimes in terms of representation, sometimes in terms of diagramming, sometimes in relation to program, behavior, material, experience. It's really quite open-ended. And I would say that in a 6-week project, the main point was really to position color as a driver in some way. And then how that was taken on by each student will vary. Prior to this 6-week project, we had a whole other life where we went to studio and we met, and saw each other at school. And we pursued 2 shorter projects, which looked at kind of foundational color theory in relation to making. And I just included a couple of examples of these somewhat Bauhausy assignments where we kind of look at painting and try to establish a relationship in within a color wheel. So we used Johannes Eden's Color Star as a kind of template that then we can kind of engage with just as a starting point. And then the kind of navigation from 2D to 3D, and also through different kind of media and color models. So from observing a painting to a digital photograph that is RGB, that is then CMYK when it's printed, that is then again translated to pigment and paint. And so you see that we did a series of these painted wood models where we start to look at how color might order construction in some way. And these are just sort of like iPhone pictures of projects that we managed to snap before we pivoted to online teaching. And then also we looked at a series of case studies that are where color is a salient feature. So everything from Reitfeld's Schroeder house to some Le Corbusier, of course, Barragan, And then a couple of more recent examples too, like Johnson Markley, and then the iconic Architectonica house from the 80s, late 70s. And then we looked at kind of physical models as tools of observation to kind of test color in some tangible physical way, and then also kind of understand those kind of models as sites of intervention. So this is an example of a kind of a repainted Le Corbusier villa according to a different kind of spatial logic. And so that's kind of the background leading to this final project. The 6-week project is site specific. The site is in New York City. It was a virtual site visit using VR goggles. The main point of the site is that it would be an infill site so that it would have quite a restricted exterior geometry. In other words, where the morphology of the block and where that void within the block would kind of already have a space within which one could work that would enable both architects and interior designers to work from the inside out in some way. And then the second thing was to kind of have a compressed condition so that one would have to think of the project in terms of organization, circulation, and form vertically. It's the project is kind of a template for looking at vertical circulation, but also because we are in Central Texas, our beginning year studios tend to be quite horizontal because they have a relationship either to landscape or they have a relationship to kind of a lower density environment. So that was the point of kind of going to a higher density area away from our own context. The project program is it's a fictional institute for the advancement of color. Although it's not completely made up, it's based on some of the existing nonprofit organizations like the Inner Society Color Council and the International Association of Color Consultants. The idea was just to kind of find a meta way to link program to the topic of the studio. And as you will see, each student kind of use that kind of fiction as a way of exploring what this place might be as a kind of institution that combines public programs, learning, research, and then some administrative offices. So a pretty typical kind of nonprofit mix of programs for with a kind of a public face of it. And maybe that's just enough to get you started. And then each student will tell you more about their take on the project. Before we have Shannon begin her presentation, I wanted to see if you had any questions, if the reviewer said any questions, or if the students wanted to chime in before we started. No? Okay, well, Shannon, the screen is all yours then.
Great, let me share. Okay, can everybody see that? Great. Okay, hello, I am Shannon. I am a first year MID student, so second semester. For my project, I couldn't help but touch on all the colors of the rainbow for the Institute of Color. So I picked these 11 hues to work with from around the color star. And I kind of thought about color application twofold. So first thinking about a very programmatic approach, considering sort of the temperaments of color and kind of how these could represent the almost like mental faculties being utilized in each space. So kind of associating the warmer colors with the high creativity and production spaces above, and then reserving the cooler colors for spaces like exhibition and auditorium, where the user may be engaging in sort of more like observation and passive consumption in the space. But then also thinking like very experientially and considering what the user sees like from one space to the next, and how light, transparency, and reflectivity can interact with these 11 solidly applied hues to actually produce some of these like hues and tints, some of these intermediate shades. And I think that's where the project really comes to life, is in those like intermediate hues. So as Igor said, we're in a skinny little lot in Manhattan on East 3rd Street. And below is just a preview of the south-facing entrance off of the street going into that ground level exhibition area. The street level or the street facing facade is sort of an extension of the building, reaching out to visitors on the street and sort of framing what's going on inside. And so you have some pretty expansive sight lines which kind of travel through the length of the building, emphasizing the depth of that lot and obviously bringing in as much light as possible. So this would be the west facing section. As you can see, the south side of the building is stacked a little more tightly with programming, whereas the north side accommodates quite a bit of vertical variation in terms of volume. And then you also get this really tall section of glazing out the back, which kind of mirrors that language of that right-hand side. And then with this section, you can tell that I kind of divided my building into 3 sections. So you have this central stairwell, which is really concealing these long, really compressed, horizontally driven hallways. And then that's sort of in a stark comparison to the space on the other side of the stairwell, which is dominated by this void traveling vertically through the building and creating these different niches and vantage points. So you get a real contrast in spatial experience on either side of that stairwell. And then to dive into the void side of that, this is just showing kind of how each floor has this irregularly shaped void, and that forms these overlaps. And it's kind of because of these overlaps that the user's orientation in the space really affects what they're seeing in terms of color and volume as they're looking up and down through those voids. Oops. So this is the east facing section. This is taken, cut through that central stairwell. So just showing the different circulation routes available to the user. And then I kind of talked about, I'm calling this like my 3rd facade. It has these colored inserts that allow visibility on either side, as well as creating moments for observation and filtered viewing through those inserts. So for the ground level, it's kind of defined by this double height exhibit space, and then L2 is mainly circulatory. You have some restrooms and then access to that central stairwell starting on level 2. And this is just kind of showing like the main sort of aim of my project is first this objective application of like a solid hue, but then how that can be enriched with light and reflectivity to create these really subjective moments for the user as they move throughout the building. And then level 3 is the other public exhibition space, and that also has the most dynamic overlapping from the floors above, which I kind of highlighted with the dashed lines. And then level 4 is this overhanging conference room that sort of interjects itself into level 3. And this is walking towards that conference room on level 4. And then 5 and 6 are just some more private programming, so offices, studios, and the lab. And then you again get that reflectivity of the solidly applied pigment of color interacting with the light against the neutral white walls and ceilings to create those gradients. And you have some of that color bleeding depending on where you are in the space and kind of what color is coming next. And then zooming back down into the subterranean levels, those contain the auditorium, the sunken courtyard, and then the courtyard is above the 2 levels of archives. And then you also have mechanical and maintenance on the other side of the auditorium. And so this is just showing that sunken courtyard setting. I really wanted to prioritize getting light into these subterranean levels. So I utilized a semi-transparent flooring system in the ground level lobby, which brings some light down into this lobby outside of the auditorium. And then theoretically also using that to bring some light down into the archives below. And then this is just a snapshot of the auditorium. And that's my project in sunny New York.
Thank you, Shannon.
Yeah. And let me know if I can flip back and forth to anything. Try to find it quick.
Is this your main facade?
Yes, this is the street facing facade.
And do you have the other side facade too?
Yeah, that would be, so this side is the back facade.
I think it's really beautifully presented work. It's really impressive, and also having seen you last semester and where you were like in very neutral world,
yeah,
where there was a zero color. This is such a different take, and it's wonderful to see how you've also carry on and explored some of the issues from last semester, but here more explicitly, where I think the project is most successful in those moments where you start to play with the light, no, and how the light and those effects of the bouncing of the spilling of the color through light into the white surfaces, and those images are very sophisticated. I think that they're very beautiful. So I also think, so the only thing that my main comment to start with would be that how do we understand, how do you explain somehow the kind of logic that has driven your color application, in that it's very, it seems like you left it for us to kind of distill, and it seems like, or you haven't, I missed it if you said it explicitly, but I see that the facades, both those external facades and that internal facades of the atrium are more neutral, no? And where we have those like moments of color that push through other spaces, no? But and then those other spaces, but when we look at those other spaces, it's also unclear sometimes if the colors applied to the floor, if it's in relationship to the light source, or if it's something that happens, which surfaces, how did you decide where to apply it? No, what is, how did you take these decisions, or did you really go like a kind of painter going from corner to corner, or was there a more systematic approach, or how did you do it?
I think it was somewhat painterly in terms of I would literally just like walk through my Enscape model and position myself somewhere and just kind of ask myself like what I would want to see looking up or looking down. You know, if this color is here, what color do I want to put next to it? I also kind of started out thinking I wanted a little less color saturation in the exhibition spaces because one of the other students in the class brought up that, you know, perhaps if you're exhibiting projects about color, you don't necessarily want a bunch of color just always in that room, taking away from that exhibit. So I kind of wanted to keep those, the level 1 and level 3 exhibit spaces a little more neutral, which is why I didn't color those floors. I colored most of the ceilings, just thinking about if you were looking up and kind of seeing those overlaps, I wanted that color to pop out. And then sort of thinking about a little bit in terms of the program, like, would I want a fully saturated red room, like while I'm trying to do research, stuff like that, kind of more technically. But it definitely, I think I could have, you know, set out a couple more rules for myself, but I think I really, in terms of tapping into the like experiential moments of the project, I kind of just went around and was like, okay, how would I want this space to look and feel, and kind of apply color to cater towards that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would help, because I mean, if something is with colors, there's always this kind of mystique about it, in like why use it, where, like even in your early interpretation, it helped a lot. Like what you were saying, like I decided to assign lower. I mean, these more desaturated kind of tones to the more contemplative spaces. Which I was thinking, but if I don't move, maybe it feels like a warmer spaces, colors would be more balancing the levels of activity, and you were kind of like reinforcing these activities with the color. But then now that you say, like, I mean, it's contemplative, maybe I'm watching a film or maybe I'm watching art, then it makes sense that you need a more neutral background. So maybe being a bit more up forward about those. And then also in the things that you have learned, in that, how do we know that these are not just Photoshop effects? How, and of course, is through rendering, etc. There is you can start testing some of these effects, but maybe some of the conclusions that you reached in terms of where is the light source and what is the color and how that generates an effect. So again, how do you what are the learnings, not the rationale, and for that you took away when looking at Barragan, or like when looking at these previous works, in how those relationships are between light and color are deployed, and how do you then reutilize this technique, no? Like and I think you're doing that. You just didn't talk about it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I will say one of my other early inspirations was Stephen Hall's Chapel of St. Ignatius, in doing that kind of trick where you face a window against a painted wall, and then when you're behind that painted wall, you just see that light kind of glowing, the colored light glowing out from that neutral wall. So I kind of tried to do that in a couple spaces, and that definitely influenced which walls I painted, which walls I had up against windows and stuff like that.
Can I jump in?
Okay.
Shannon, I really appreciate your presentation. It was super fast, but I guess we have to learn that that's sort of the speed to do this. But it's okay.
Usually I talk way too much. So
well, one of the things that I found about your project that I wanted to, like, it was really nice to have the plans and everything to see where we were in the building. But then the images that you were showing, they were so immersive that I wanted a second to just sort of literally soak that in. But I like how you started your presentation thinking about how, and you said, like, we're talking about color. So I wanted to use all the color, like the whole rainbow. And I think that this perspective we're looking at right now gives us that chance to see all of those colors that you did pull from all throughout the start, and the color start in here. But then when you're showing your project and you're moving from space to space, showing us each individual space, there's a real immersion of, and your project, even though it uses all the colors, I would say it's really about the singularity of colors, and then appreciating the differences of how, the immersion of one hue can change with the application of manipulation or relationship to a window or natural daylighting, changes of light. And so one of the things I would have loved to see more of is just thinking about how each of those spaces, and you had to get through so many, I know you had to get through so many to show us the whole building, but through how one of those spaces might change throughout the day, so that the entire experiential aspect isn't a one note thing. Because I don't feel like this is a building you pass through and you walk up and you take a tour and then you leave. I feel like it's you find your place. You're leaving color to be that subjective thing where you find the place and the hue and the saturation that you feel comfortable in, whether it's to be more passive or active. And we're like, just to see the passing of that, because your context is so unique because of the way that New York has grown. And yes, sunny New York, you ended with in sunny NYC, right? And it's not always so sunny, and it's sometimes the light is really even and really gray. And so what do you do with that? And sometimes you have the sunniest day and you only get 2 hours of sunlight on you, even with all of these openings, because of the adjacency in the buildings and the shadows they cast. And so I would love to see the effect of shadows on your color as well, rather than the punches of bright daylight. So what does it mean to be in a shadow of color? So, and I think that your project presents a lot of opportunities to explore that.
Totally.
But I mean, I think there's a lot of accomplishment, I think, that we're seeing just on the broad scale of what you're proposing. So
Thank you. Yeah, and I didn't even obviously think about nighttime lighting or how, you know, I could bring in artificial lighting, maybe in different colors to affect those applied colors. But yeah, it's like a whole other thing.
Works. Big
Maybe
old
over the
sweet
summer with all
project,
my
y'all.
free time.
I know we always want more, so it's very
Yeah.
unfair.
Me
Big
too.
sweet project.
I too agree with that. When I first looked at the diagrams and I saw the rainbow, I was, oh, that's going to be too much.
Yeah.
But as we walk through it, and we really only see one or two, maybe three colors at a time. And I think the temperament of the colors that you've chosen is very comforting and very harmonious. So it seems like the only place where there's really sort of a pop is the.
Sorry, you're cutting out a little bit.
Yeah, I don't have the best Wi-Fi. Can you hear me now?
You're back. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so I was saying that the colors that you've chosen, the hues, are in a kind of comforting palette, right? They're not too bright and they're not too pastel. So they're comforting and they're harmonious, and it has to do, I think, with the way we move through the space. So we experience these colors in movement and not necessarily in stasis, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you sit in the auditorium, for example, you have a cooler, lighter color that feels a little bit more expansive, which I think is useful because then we'll be focused on the speaker or the screen that might have color in it. But you're giving us these kind of comforting, warm colors in our office, which makes sense, right? We want to be comfortable there because we spend a lot of time there. The only one that I might question is the laboratory. And I would say that the lab, someone like the gallery spaces, should maybe be white, because presumably we're looking at research and science around color and the effects of color or how color is made. And for us to focus on that, you might need a more neutral interior.
Yeah.
Color comes from the activity as well.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, but I love I was just looking through your PDF presentation, the way we move through the space and the renderings that you've made, which sometimes suggest that a wall is painted, but it also looks like you're proposing colored glass. Is that right?
Yes, colored glass within that stairwell wall. I believe that's the only place.
The green colored glass, and then you're using reflection in really beautiful ways to create color without actually applying color, which I think is also very beautiful. Sorry, I'm.
It's okay. We got you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm getting
Yeah.
unstable. Yeah.
It's like no. We got it. I think.
I caught that.
Okay.
You heard it, Shannon, right?
I did. Yeah. Thank you.
And then there are these moments though where you put color around the frame of the window, and I'm not sure you need to do that. I think your project is more about this wash of color, right? And that the light comes through and it lands on a colored, or it passes through a colored piece of glass, or it lands on a colored wall and then bounces off that and reflects. So I would maybe argue that you don't need that little line of color, that's more about these washes of color that we move through them. And not so much that we look at them as details.
Right.
You know, Shannon was one of the students that studied Reitveld's Schroeder house. And I think that this conversation takes me back to that project, actually, where as an architect or as a designer or as someone who's like looking for a kind of systemic approach to overlaying information, that in that project, you kind of look for how color is linked to specific elements. And actually it never is, because the point of it is not to be married to form or a specific component, but rather to reiterate abstraction, right? And so you might take a window and only paint one edge of that window to produce a line. Or you could take a room and just paint a square within it. And the point is to not make the floor legible, but to make the square legible. And I think that that is maybe where you could go back to, Shannon, as a way of, because that's the painterly approach, right? But it's a painterly approach where the goal is this kind of to be able to make less familiar things that we know, like a wall, a door, a window frame. And in a way, like, I think you could still learn from that project and see what relationship you have to it. So I think that that might be an interesting loop to kind of complete now that you've done all of this.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting because I do think that comes across in the smaller scale spaces in your project where the color is negating form in a way. So it's not reinforcing form, but it's all independent coding of space. But I also wanted to, because of course color is so dominant, no, in the project, that we haven't talked about the overall spatial organization, which I think is also really great in your project. So I wanted to congratulate you on that as well.
Thank you.
And I think there's something there also where there's clearly a new logic that maybe is more modern in the sense of more clear, no? In that, so there's on the one hand that strategy that we see in retail of the color negating the form, and then in the facade and in that interior facade, that big atrium space that is somehow also like a part of the outdoor more in the language that you have adopted, no? So it's as if you took on a more civic, more kind of take on the use of color, or more modern in that idea of transparency, of legibility of the organization of space, where we have this more neutral tone and then the color peeks through the window. No? And that happens in the facade, but then in those interior facades of that big atrium that is by nature a very public space, no, because it connects the two outside, no, it's major circulation artery through your project. So I think that's interesting as well, in that there you took on a very different kind of take, but that is consistent, no, and I think it's working well with the rest of the project components.
Great. Thank you. Good to hear.
In the front facade, are you imagining that those colors would show through the glass, or that the facade would actually be those colors?
You mean in this central
drawing?
The front.
Oh, the front. I'm imagining these as kind of like steel frames that jut out from the building, and those are colored. In some cases, well, I guess in most of these, and again, I kind of varied how much saturation the rooms had, but kind of as an extension of the applied color on the inside. And so, yeah, when you're looking down, you would see sort of the insides of those. I just have clear glass on those. So,
okay.
Yeah,
I think, I mean, during the daytime, when we're looking at glass, we would see the reflection, I think, from the outside looking in mostly.
Yeah, so maybe not.
Make it quite dark. Yeah.
Yeah.
But at night, when the building is illuminated, that's when you would really see this glorious color shining through, and it becomes, the identity of this building.
Yeah,
and I think that would be a lovely drawing to do, especially since you start with the color on the dark gray or the black background to end with the night illustration, right, of the color and the darkness behind it and around it.
Totally. Yeah, I actually,
Hello, Maya.
Hi, Igor. How are you?
Good. Thank you for joining us today.
Good. I didn't know we all needed color background. I like it.
You know, we've been doing this every Monday. But what we're learning, unfortunately, is that when you do a lot of screen sharing, it really cuts into people's bandwidth. And so we make a display for a little bit, and then the students will turn them off so that there are as few glitches in the transmission as possible.
Great.
So I think we will just wait. Hi, Annie. We have Annie on, we have Clay. And I think we're missing a few students still. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Oh no, there are more. I can't count, apparently. I don't know, everybody's here.
Did it.
Hi, Annie, how are you?
Hi, sorry.
No problem. So if I can just ask the students to turn on their video for a little bit so that we can at least begin with seeing each other. Oh, and Clay's face just emerged. First as a white silhouette and then as a human being.
I saw y'all's background and thought I would do my version.
That's awesome. I'm gonna take a picture of that as soon as, yeah, you know, it's always like, you know, 7 out of 9 people are smiling and you're always like, I can't get this family photo right. So there's always like one person that's not on because for whatever, it just happens that way. And did we lose Maya?
Oh, no, I'm here.
Oh, you are. Oh, okay. You're right next to me, actually, on the grid.
Yeah,
But
if Clay is black, I'll have the white background just so we can balance everyone out.
I think we're going to get started because everybody's here, so why not? Thank you so much for being here, Maya, Annie, and Clay. I will begin by introducing you to the students, and then I will introduce you to the studio. Last night, I sent you the little brief about our studio. I'm not sure if you had the chance to take a look at it. If you have, we could also just get started. But we have 3 projects to take a look at. So plenty of time for students to present their work and to receive feedback. I think we'll be finished by about 4:30. So hopefully, I know that this is at the end of the day, but hopefully it won't be too much of a schlep for you. So 5:30 for you, Annie.
Okay, good. Cocktail hour, non-cocktail hour.
I know. So visiting us today, we have Maya Kreischman, who is a partner at Michael Schuh Architects. Thank you for being with us, Maya. We have Annie Kogan, who is a professor of interior design at the Pratt Institute. She's a designer, artist, and architect. Produces work at a range of scales from buildings to chairs and from chairs to buildings. And her current research and creative practice focuses on soft construction. So for those of you who are interested in radical textiles, didactic embroidery, the kinds of things, these are the kinds of things that Annie is pursuing in her creative practice and also in her writing right now. And we have Clay Odom, associate professor at the School of Architecture. For the interior design students, you know him well as your graduate advisor. And for everyone else, I'm sure you know Clay as well. So welcome everyone. So just very briefly to get us oriented while we're all in the same Zoom room at the same time. The studio is in color. It is a graduate level studio. It is, so this is maybe mostly for Annie, since you maybe are not as familiar with our school. The studio is vertical because it's typically can be a mix of first and second year students.
Okay, cool.
This semester that applies only to the architecture students. But it's also a mix of architecture and interior design students. So it's a really interesting kind of vertical and horizontal integration. So it's kind of foundational graduate education for both architecture and interior design students.
Okay,
this afternoon, or in this session, we will take a look at 2 students in the Master of Interior Design program and 1 student in the Master of Architecture program. The interior design students will have maybe a little bit of background, no background in architecture or interior design. 1 student, no design background, 1 student with an art background, and actually textiles and fiber arts, I believe. Hannah, you'll have to correct me later if I'm wrong. And then the graduate student who is in his first year of the architecture program actually has background in architecture from undergrad. So that's the situation. I will just say that the basic and the primary focus of the studio exploration was to see how color might lead rather than follow in the design of a project and in one's design process. So how color might lead has manifested itself in a number of different ways in the student work. And while we're only seeing 3 student projects, you're free to browse at the rest of them, or browse through the rest of them. Color leading in terms of architectural representation, in terms of thinking about experience, thinking about surface, material, diagramming, behavioral connotations. So it's been quite inclusive actually across the program, across the projects. The project that we're looking at is about 5.5 weeks long. It was produced entirely through online teaching. It happened right at the same time that we pivoted to online instruction. So in the first half of the semester, which seems like forever ago, we made lots of things. And we made lots of things with the intention of trying to engage with and observe phenomena of color in different ways. We went to museums, looked at paintings. We tried to understand those color palettes in relation to foundational color theory from the kind of early 20th century with Johannes Itten's work, of course. And we try to understand that work through the context of making through both digital and material means. So it means that we went from 2D to relief to 3D, but also from physical paint to digital image to printed image to painted surface to object. And so this is just a way to kind of reiterate the kind of centuries old problem of what is a color model, and how can we begin to make connections from color model to color model and from medium to medium. And you see here some of the examples of that early work, that somehow somewhat Bauhausy work that I think was really interesting because it linked different ways of making. So kind of physical construction and understanding of assembly in relation to gravity, but also kind of actually mixing all the colors in the paint and trying to figure out how to manage that through really tangible means. And then the second shorter project was really about physical models and how they might help us observe the phenomena of color. So we looked at a number of kind of canonical case studies where color is a salient feature. Projects from Reitfeld's Schroeder House to some of the more recent examples from the late 20th century, one example from the early 21st century. But then of course, the fun of that was not just to kind of accept these kind of recognized works of design, but also to use them as kind of a site of intervention. So we repainted Le Corbusier, we repainted Barragan, and we really kind of wanted—
This is my dream.
You know, and so this was a kind of a way to really try to understand the spatial dimension of color through the available means that we had. So through both making and rendering. We didn't realize that a week after this project was due, we wouldn't go back to the wood shop. We wouldn't go back to the studio where we would get to continue to mix paint. So we continued with this final project working in the digital realm. This in a way worked out quite well because our site for the final project was in New York and we had no funding to travel there anyway. So we already intended to visit our site using VR goggles, which we did. And the reason why the site is in New York is really because I was looking for, as their instructor, looking for a couple of things in a site, looking for a kind of density that would yield a kind of void where its external form would be secondary in a way, where the kind of the boundary of building would already be predetermined by density and by this kind of block morphology, which would then allow us to work from the inside out. Whether you were an architecture student or an interior design student, there's already a kind of volume that you could imagine projecting yourself into working from the inside out. And then the second thing was that we wanted to do a project that was quite vertical. So really dealing with a long and skinny site where in order to kind of accommodate program, you had to move vertically. And that enabled us to look at vertical circulation and other means of space planning that are not horizontal. And I think this has been to the benefit of both interior design students, but also students studying architecture in Central Texas, where the majority of earlier year projects happen in lower density. So there's a relationship to landscape, there's maybe some relationship to the urban, but by and large buildings are kind of freestanding. So that was the reason for the site selection. And then the project is, and I feel like if I say this enough times, it will become real, the Institute for the Advancement of Color headquarters. And this was a way to work with a program that in some meta way had something to do with the theme of the studio, but that also would give us a kind of an array of public, somewhat public and administrative programs to kind of give us a public building of a modest size. So there are exhibition spaces, there are some studios, research labs, and an auditorium, and a kind of a mixture of programs with the quantities that would really force students to have to work vertically by, you know, at least like four or five stories. So that was kind of that was the conceit. So that's the program, the site, you know, and the background, you know. I think that I can answer some questions. If not, we can begin with the first presentation.
I had one quick question, Igor. In the first project about color, the paintings, and so just to clarify, they didn't meant that from a color theory perspective. It was more about found color relationships that then they had to sort of figure out. Am I right in that assumption? I never
actually that's a very good question, and it was actually a way to connect color theory as we know it to making.
Okay.
So we read Johannes Itten. We read David Batchelor's Chromophobia.
Yeah.
So we had somewhat of a theoretical framework, but then we were looking for ways to understand it in the context of making.
Yeah.
So Johannes Itten's color star, you will see in these projects today, is used as a kind of template for understanding what we're doing. It's not the only way to understand what color is doing, but it's one accessible model that can help us understand color relationships using a vocabulary that we can agree on in terms of what is analogous, what is complementary,
Great. Yeah.
what is, what is a hue, what is a tint, what is value. So really the idea was to link kind of foundational color theory to design, to doing something.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. I mean, I think it's an interesting way to sort of flip it a bit, to start with some, our experience of color in the world, and then intellectualize it and think about it through a different lens. I think that's great. Thank you.
And can I just ask one question? So those models, the kind of Bauhaus interlocking models, those were, did students do color mixing? Like I see different gradients of yellow. So one yellow has more white in it, one doesn't. One has more chroma, one, did that happen?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So in this, so for example, this is just one example of one project, skipping a couple of steps, but just, so this is kind of a found object painting.
Right.
Where the colors are kind of understood in relation to their place inside Johannes Itten's color wheel, color star. Then using that kind of reduced palette, students were asked to produce an abstraction of the painting.
Okay.
Which would become a relief, which is kind of 2.5D at the scale of a 1-to-1 scale of 10 by 10 inches.
Okay.
And then the 10 by 10 inches becomes scaled at 1 inch equals a foot, so that this becomes a model of a kind of a wall 10 by 10 feet in space. In transition from, in these relief models were made using printed color.
Right.
So pixel, vector, print.
Great.
And then from here to here, they actually mix their own paints.
Great.
To match the print.
Great. Okay.
And then in the next and so you see various examples of that. But these were all custom mixed colors to match a previous existing palette.
Terrific.
So it was really about color matching in with pigment, with material.
And how you can kind of throw one thing to another.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And learning how to make gray using complementary pairs, using primaries, and then what happens. Yeah, so we did all of that. We did quite a bit of. Any other color? I know it's like super old school, but it was, as you will see.
Oh God, I love it. Don't worry. You know me.
It's
my
really
middle
great
name is
way
old school.
to have a to create a world where we can kind of privilege color. That was really the point of that.
Okay.
Okay. So if there aren't any questions, I'm going to stop sharing and I will let Elvira, who is the first student presenting, begin. Okay.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Elvira Lathrop. I am Master of Interior Design, first professional. I'm coming in with a background in government and political science. This is my first year, second semester. Okay. So this is the starting point for my project. Basically, I started with complementary colors of blue and orange, And then I sought to bring in the analogous colors that fall in between those two colors into the space. And you'll see that the lighting and reflectivity are a big part of the project. And so with that, I was able to bring in additional shades and tints of these various colors into the project. So as Igor said, this is located in New York City, in the East Village. So there's Manhattan, there's the East Village, there's a portion of it, and that building is right here, and this is the front facade of the building. So this diagram just really explains how I organized my project in terms of program and color. So I used blue hues to represent the public spaces. I used more of the violet and magenta hues to represent more private spaces up above. And then the orange is the circulation throughout the building. And then this diagram just shows the different floors. And you'll see that the bottom floors, which are public and that hold most of the exhibition areas, are kind of cut out and the planks are pulled back to different sides of the building. The foundation of the building really starts at the bottom with the auditorium, which is underground, and you'll find the darkest blue hues down at the bottom. And then as you progress up in the building, the hues become a little bit lighter in color. And as we're transitioning into more of the private spaces up above. And you have this transitional floor here where it really houses exhibition and studio space. And you'll see in one of the renderings where you really see the reflection of the blue coming from below and then more of the magenta hues coming from above and just creating this transitional area between the two. So that was the rationale for the application of color throughout the space. And then here it is all pulled together again with the blues towards the bottom, which is more of the public spaces, private spaces, offices, labs, studio, conference areas in the upper floors of the space. The orange just throughout the entire space, outlining the circulation with the central staircase in the middle, the main staircase, 2 elevators, and a secondary staircase towards the back. The front of the building being on the south side over here. And then on the back side of the building, we also had to keep an open area. So that is why there's no building back there. So with that, welcome to the Institute for the Advancement of Color. So this slide, I really wanted to show, this is on the first, the ground level. It shows the northeast part of the building. And the reason I wanted to show this rendering is that there are actually only 2 applications of color in here. It's just the dark blue and the orange. But as you can see with reflectivity and the light coming into the space, you have just the organic representation of all these additional hues that are coming into play. This is a rendering again still of that first floor, the ground floor, just coming in to the space. And it shows the floor plans for the underground level and ground level as well. Over here on this side is just the opening that leads to the auditorium space downstairs. If you look in the center, you'll see kind of open spaces up above. You can see the upper levels, so the cutout towards the upper levels. Back here is the secondary staircase with frosted translucent orange glass where you can still see some of the light coming in. And then in the center, you just have this flooding of light coming into the building from the back, and then same thing from the front because most of it is glazing in the front. So this is a section of the building going north to south and cutting through the east side of the building. And so in this section, you really are seeing the way that the lower levels are, the flooring is kind of staggered where the public spaces are. You see the staggering across the floors, and you have this central staircase cutting through those spaces as well. And then as you get into the upper, more public spaces, you have more consistent floor plan cutting all the way through. The 2 elevators, also ADA accessibility to all of the floors, auditorium down below, and outdoor space out in the back as well. This is the floor plans for the 2nd floor and what I'm calling floor 2B, which is this smaller section over here. So this rendering is basically your station around right here. That's just really showing you the way that the floor plans are cut out throughout the space in this in these public spaces, and you can see up onto the 4th floor up above. And so I wanted just to create a feeling of more space and more breathable room in the space. And so that's the reason why you have the different floor plans kind of pulled away in different directions in the space. And then again, you still have that circulation just outlined with the primary staircase going through all the different levels. Secondary staircase in the back, again, with light being the source of great source of just bringing in different hues into the space as well. This is the section cutting east to west, and I think here again you really see how that light is coming through the building on the upper above ground floor. So you can see that the light goes all the way through the floors on every section of the building. And even through this space where you have a secondary staircase as well. And there's actually a skylight up above, which you'll see in the other section. So again, light is just a crucial part of the project. Here is an exhibit space. This is the 3rd floor, and this is floor 3B back here. So again, lots of natural light coming in from the outside, and you just have the orange kind of circulating, showing the circulation of the building. This is the other section cutting north or south of the building, but this time on the west side of the building. Again, just emphasizing how the color is applied through the space with the darker blues at the bottom of the public spaces, transitioning slowly into more of the magenta hues as you move up into the private spaces. With the skylight up above on the top floor. And again, just more of the light coming in through the staircase as well. So this is a rendering of that transitional floor that I mentioned earlier in the presentation. Basically, the floors down below are the public spaces that are colored in blue. And then the floors up above are magenta and violet colors. And so those are more of the private spaces. And again, in this rendering, you really see how reflectivity and light plays a crucial role in the project. I really wanted to show that I was using reflectivity to try and produce the illusion of more space. This is a very narrow space, it's only 25 feet across. So I felt like the use of reflectivity just really expanded the space. And this is a rendering of the top floor. So these are the top 2 floors that are more of the offices of the building and that house the archives. And this again, just emphasizing natural light coming into the space and how the use of that natural light is creating additional hues coming into the space. We have the red ceiling and the magenta floor, but with the reflection, you see additional colors popping up. And this is another isometric, just pulling it all back together. And here's just a recap of everything we just saw. And that is my interpretation of the Institute for the Advancement of Color.
Thank you, Elvira.
Thank you.
So the lot is a 25 by what, 100?
It's 26 by 85. Here's
so the lot line to the back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my question. You were, the 3 sources of light are a skylight and then glass facades on both the north and the south side. Is that how light is penetrating this space?
Correct.
Okay.
And the building in the back actually, on the other side of the block is quite lower than what the
Right.
volume of our building is.
Yeah.
Or at least a big part of it. It's kind of the back side of it's because La Mama is on the other side. And there's a part, the building immediately adjacent to the site is quite low in height.
I mean, I love I mean, I can, as you were walking through the building, I could start to imagine the rationale of how you're designing the building through color. You took blue, and then as you went up through the building, you're throwing a little bit of red in, a little bit of red in, a little bit of red in. So it kind of becomes like a, I went to art school and didn't do well in color theory, and then got to do very well in color theory in architecture school. But you know, I can, you know, you kind of can feel that haptic process of dipping in the red to change the gouache on a color chart. So I love that idea of developing a strategy to preference color first. I mean, I would say, and the feel of this building reminds me a lot of the Paul Rudolph buildings in New York, where everything's sort of an up-down relationship, where you're always sort of looking, you know, to the ascent or to the bottom. You never really kind of look that way, because you've got to look at those buildings now that you've done all these stairs. Totally the opposite, because it's all about white, but that you'll learn from that too. I am a little uncomfortable with no stringers and no handrails in this world. And you can remember that I'm the grumpy lady that said that to you. I think that there's a couple of very wonderful colored stairs in the world that their handrail is really integral. Number one, the red stair at Juilliard is a piece of steel that turns up. Number two, the Philippe Stark escalator, and I can't remember what the name of that hotel was. Maybe it's like on 59th Street. And then I didn't even get to go. Deborah went for cocktails one day and didn't ask me, but the OMA Bloomingdale stair, which has this quality, which I think, so I think your next stage is to understand how wonderful the actual entire composition of a staircase is, because I think it's going to change spatially your great kind of holes into heaven. And it might bum you out at first, but then you'll be happy with it because you're a good enough designer to kind of, you know, turn around.
Okay.
It's a beautiful, beautiful color world. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a really lovely project. I can agree with Anne. It was nice to sort of see a very almost literal translation of some of the collage pieces that you all have done, right? You could very literally picture yourself looking up in this building and feel these sort of layers of color start to come on top of one another, and the way that you know, the reflection is changing, and like the notion of reflection, you know, being a part of the composition, so that when light changes, that reflection starts to change and shadows change, like that all feels really, really elegant to me. You know, I think, you know, my questions were sort of, you know, I think you went the route, and I actually didn't cheat too much. I didn't look at too many of the projects before we came on. But, you know, that the building is so colorful that then the things that start to contain it, you know, what are those, and how do they start to change, right? You know, you very intentionally show, you know, only black and white objects within, you know, this very colorful space. So, you know, I'm interested in sort of that, you know, it's sort of almost like building as exhibition, right? My first to you is actually going to be why blue and orange. And I'm a Cavalier, I'm a Virginia Cavalier. So it's like, those are great. But I almost feel like you could insert any two complementary colors here and I mean, and in a fantastical world, how amazing would it be if this building could change, with the seasons, that every time you come here that it could be of different colors. And obviously that's a far stretch, but it feels like that's where your head is at. And I think, there's different ways you could do that. I mean, my question about the daylighting also had to do with artificial lighting. What happens to this building actually at night? How is it artificially lit, and how could artificial lighting color temperatures start to change the experience very much so at night, whether that is actual color or just the degree of white light versus color, which is something that is changeable, which if you guys had a million more weeks, maybe that's ready, but lighting becomes so key to the reading of color and can really change it, which is kind of the wonderful thing that could happen here. I could see if you, could get to that level.
Right. That's a great point, Maya, because I actually asked Igor about that a couple of weeks ago. I'm like, are we going to have a lighting plan? But he said, we just don't have the time.
No time.
We're not there yet.
No time.
It's a question of time, but also it's a question of timing in terms of the curriculum.
Yeah.
So the students haven't yet gotten to that technical knowledge. So what we're trying to do is get them to work on what the aspiration is, so that when they have the technical tools, they can employ them with ambition. And I think that the stair comment is a really good one. I think being probably the first project for all students, I think architecture or interior design with that much vertical circulation, I just wanted them to understand how it works schematically. And I do believe that if in another studio or in the next phase of this project, that would be the next discovery. So I think it's really great for the students to hear these comments, because I think it can give them a longer view of what's important. And so I appreciate hearing all of that, because it, I think, makes all of us realize that the project, whether this literal project or the learning, doesn't stop here. There's a lot more to do.
Yeah, I think, I appreciate the question of the technical as well, because I think there are things that aren't technically worked out, but actually just even the technical question that's not so about like building science as much as it is about the application or the exploration of color relations that create atmosphere, I think is a technical question. And so once you start to combine that with finish, reflectivity, transparency, all of a sudden I see that there's a capacity within a project like this to start to use the technical, not to just solve a problem of like it can't fall down, but actually to support in the way that we would want of any project, the sort of atmospheric or experiential or spatial requirements that you've set forth in this sort of schematic layout, which I really appreciate. And I did see there is an allusion to a rail on the bottom floor, right? Did I miss that? Is there a sort of glass handrail on the bottom image?
There is, yes. I started.
And so that's the beginning of that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just think that there's potential for another wonderful reflective surface.
Absolutely. No, I wondered the same thing, Annie, because I was even thinking, that one question I had was at first I was like, oh, the white background or the white context is actually a stand-in because it's just for daylight or something. Then I started to wonder actually if that wouldn't be the solution that you would have to sort of deploy to make the color read in the way that you want.
Yeah.
Wouldn't actually bring daylight into the space in a straightforward way.
You'd have to mask it in order to keep it as sharp as you wanted.
Yeah. And so like I think there is a really interesting, and within that system you have the capacity to sort of create a freestanding interior world that is a little bit detached from the exterior world, which I find to be interesting. But also lets you bring back in the technical question that Maya brought up about light. Color or the temperature of white light and its effect on color reading. So I think those are really interesting things. So I would start to use that white background actually as as part of the project, not just as something that's yet to be rendered, you know, and so I would treat it at face value. The other thing that I think in a material, you know, if you had a chance to build a model of this or build little technical or material versions of this, studying the relationship between color reading, color adjacency, and finish in terms of reflectivity, filtration, or matte kind of qualities, I think would be really, really interesting and would start to really enhance your thinking on color.
Great.
Yeah, I will say just, and maybe I'm just, because now we've had to do, you know, client as a professional, you know, client presentations over Zoom now to, you know, like, you know, my little piece of advice probably to everyone is sort of, you know, I felt like I didn't quite know what your thesis was when we started, you know, just because it was, I chose blue, I chose orange, you know, and I really wasn't sure why. And, you know, so I think is the thesis about, you know, reflectivity and the notion of color reflected upon color to create new experience, you know? And so I think that just a little like kind of hint, because I think we're all gathering that, but I think that is the kind of strength of the project. You know, and I know we're harping on sort of the reality of these things, but like the material world is, you know, pretty unforgiving with reflective materials. So, but I think like it, you know, pulled off really well, it could be very interesting. So
yeah, I mean, just, and maybe this is for people that are in the batter's cage too. You use the word represent for your blue. You said blue represents the public space. And I think that you should take Igor's lead and really propel yourself into this idea that blue is just absolutely the only color that can be for certain. Like, don't let it be a coding for your spaces. Just let it be an intrinsic sort of need in this project. And because you have taken blue very seriously.
Okay.
I do think there's, oh, I'm sorry, Igor.
No, please, Maya, go ahead.
I do think there is a version of this where it could be very interesting to, and maybe it's too obvious, but to gradate this, you know, everything is strong. Your experience of the whole project is so bold, right? As opposed to what had happened if by the time we got to the top, the saturation also came out. And so you were sort of reflectivity in very minor instances, you know, where you got a pale pink because you just had blue reflected against white. And again, I'm not the color theory master at all, but, you know, and simultaneously you sort of get this sort of mood change, right? You know, we just completed a project where it was, you know, very daylit white floor. And then by the time you got to the 37th floor where you could see the sunset of downtown, you know, we went very rich jewel tone, you know, that kind of thing. So that's very literal, right? But I think that this could have probably been more interesting if there actually had been a change in the kind of strength of the color as well. And so you're getting some boldness and then you're getting some kind of subtleness too.
And kind of have control over that. It could be, you know, contingent on the time of day.
Yeah.
You know, I had a client call me up and we just painted it white and he's crying at 11 o'clock. It's too yellow. It's too yellow. And then by cocktail hour, because he'd obviously been drinking all day with the painters, it's too blue. It's far too blue. And I knew that the sun kind of went like this over his apartment. And I was like, well, Jack, that's color. That's the world coming into your, you know, I can't control that. So I think there's an outside world that either the sun and light will impact the saturation and the complexity of these colors.
I think that's what the images actually show. And so I would,
this last one at the bottom,
and play around with them a bit more, you know, relative to that, because you are adding white to the color at the openings. And so at least in these images, right, you're adding white.
I think Yeah.
So that's pretty interesting, though, I think, you know.
I mean, I think it's interesting. This is the ninth project we've seen today. So I think the conversations are kind of adding up, and you know, we have to move on. But I wanted to commend you, Elvira, on your exploration. I wonder what your project and all the projects really would have been like if we were still in studio making physical models, and we were still mixing paints, because I think that one of the things that kind of revealed itself to you in these digital renderings is how seductive they were once everything becomes reflective, which most materials are not that reflective. And if you were using paint, even the glossiest of glossy paints would not be mirror-like. I think the questions of both intention and the technical solution would change. So I think it's really exciting to discover effects, but I think it's also really exciting for you to think about how analogous an image is to how you would construct it, and where some of those gaps might be. I mean, I think that that's like super, super interesting for you.
Yeah,
there's a reason that, oh, I'm sorry, Annie.
That's a back painted glass.
Everywhere.
There's a world. It's going to be great, and there's going to be no.
That's super interesting. I mean, you got to think about which. I mean, and I think that brings up the other point about reflectivity is that you know, which side the color comes on is actually quite important. You know, and the things that you can do with, even if it's back painted glass or a film. You know, it doesn't have to be clear the whole time. There are other, you know, I think it brings up an entire, like, you know, set of possibilities that clearly you can't do in a short project like this, but I think you should start to think about that.
Great. Thank you, everyone, for your feedback.
Yeah, that was great.
Great, thank you.
Maya, were you going to chime in with something before we go with this project?
I was going to be the maybe Debbie Downer of professional world, but I still have kind of PTSD from the first colored stair that I did. We worked on La Condesa downtown. So if you've ever been, you know, we did a little bit of a Legaretta nod. I'll say nod, not knock off. And, you know, did a big concrete stair and, you know, finished it in blue, you know, and there's a reason that architects, you know, kind of stray from color, because a lot of those like are the, you know, can be less durable things. And so, you know, it's just a good kind of general thing to pay attention to color usage, like our materials in your world, you know, and how, and I'm sure we're going to see it on other projects. Like the whole key to this, you know, yes, you could see this as all being back painted glass, but the moment you have to get into, you know, using different materials, like the color tones change just from their reflective change, or, you know, the notion of how it's made. And so, and those are, I think, even more interesting color studies to me now too, where even if it's a quote unquote color match, there's something about the kind of essence of the material, or the matteness, or the variation in the material that then that they don't match, and so they're sort of complementing each other, because one is reflective and one maybe has a joint pattern, or one, you know, is a concrete tile where it, you know, completely is reflectless, you know. So those are the things that could have added a quite different layer here. But I think we get what you were after, and that's why I said I think your thesis was about reflectivity, not, you know, and color together.
Hey, thank you so much, Elvira.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we have Alex. Alex, whenever you're ready, the screen is yours.
There we go. So just everyone can see this, is that correct? Share. Is everyone able to see this?
Yeah, we saw it.
It's black.
Okay.
Can you do a full screen, Alex,
That's
so that it has a black background? Like,
yeah, that's what I was doing, and for some reason it's not. Hold on one moment.
Let me know if you want me to project your presentation.
Sometimes you have to share again for some reason. I've noticed it's been a few of these.
It doesn't
It's
like
the Macs, I think, that are glitching.
Yeah.
It is.
It's the Macs that are glitching. Yeah.
Oh wait.
I can project it, and you can take the remote control if you want.
Yeah, I might need to do
Is
that.
it the same one as last night, Alex?
Yeah. Oh wait,
Okay.
is it working now?
There, you're good.
Now it works somehow. Okay, I figured it out.
Okay, great. Okay.
All right.
That's great.
So my name is Alex McKenzie. I have a bachelor's in architecture from the University of Texas Tech, and then this is my second semester at the University of Texas, getting my master's in architecture. And so as we begin sort of the project, oh no, okay, there we go. So this is the INS color star, of course. And so my first initial ideas about the building and how to begin was really taken from the context of New York City. And so my observation of New York City in terms of color was that it has a lot of desaturated colors. It's a very, urban environment where there's a lot of grays and browns and things like that. So my idea for the color scheme was that it would be sort of similar to this desaturated color scheme of New York, at least on the exterior of the building. And then moving into the building, the colors would become much more saturated. And so that this sort of transition between exterior and interior would call to the city's desaturated nature. And then the interior would be all about the Institute for the Advancement of Color. And so in this color wheel, you see this sort of colors that I've chosen. And then here is my interpretation of the color wheel, where you can see the orange, red, and purple colors as very desaturated versions on the outside, and then moving in, they become more saturated. And then these colors to the left are sort of accent colors that were used really for glazing in the project. And so the other idea that I have about the building formally was taken from the sort of idea of alleyways within urban environments. In New York, as you can see in the site plan, there are a lot of these white alleyways that are used for accessibility between buildings, allowing light in, and things like that. And so my sort of formal aspiration for this project was to use shifted volumes of program to create alleyway spaces within the building site itself, and that these alleyway spaces would act as the main circulation spaces between the volumes of each building. And so in this drawing, you can sort of see my beginning to carve away from these volumes and move the volumes around to allow the yellow alleyway spaces to penetrate through the building site and allow people to circulate basically outside of the building form itself, but within the site still, and giving those alleyway spaces more of a New York character, because in these alleyway spaces, you're seeing the desaturated color of the exterior of the building. And so here's the front elevation of the building. You can see in the bottom left and right side here that there are these sort of alleyway spaces that happen outside of the building envelope itself. And then you can also see in this elevation the desaturation of color moving up or on the exterior as opposed to the interior color applications. And so this is a short section through the building. It's beginning to show the application of color on the exterior and the interior. And based on this sort of idea of volumes and the opposite of volumes being the alleyways, my interpretation of how I wanted to apply the color within the building was very volumetric, because I have these sort of shifted volumes stacked on top of each other. The idea was really to apply color to each volume. So in the elevation itself, there is a very desaturated red with a saturated red on the interior, desaturated purple with a saturated purple coloring on the interior. And so there's these sort of pairs of colors between exterior and interior. And then as well as sort of pairs of colors within the volumes themselves. So on this lowest volume, there's a very light purple, and then on the entry level floor, and then on the lower floor is a much darker purple, where there are archive spaces, and the colors themselves are sort of laid out with this respect to program as you move up through the building. So here we have two perspectives. This top perspective is the entry level, looking from the exterior of the building into the entry level. So you can see on the left of under this red area is a sort of alleyway that I was talking about. And this alleyway is sort of created by shifting the first level to the side and allowing people to sort of enter on the side of the project and then come back in. And then here on this second perspective is that ground level, but looking outward from the building. So this window is the same as here. And it's really about this main lobby exhibition space area is really about the circulation around and through the project, and being able to experience multiple sort of programs and their colors at the same time. And so this void space underneath is that archive space that I was talking about earlier. And then moving forward, my next sort of application of color and choice of color was dealing with the secondary set of circulation. So I've talked a bit about how the alleyways are the main circulation spaces through the building that sort of happen on the exterior of the building, but are still within the project site. And then the secondary set of circulation is much more volumetric. So these stairs on the right are applied with a teal blue color, and they still keep the same sort of idea of a lighter interior with a more desaturated exterior. And then the elevator shaft itself sort of keeping with that idea of secondary circulation as a specific color. And here you can sort of begin to see these alleyways and circulation methods that I'm using. So in this top perspective, there is the main space, and then this yellow sort of stripe is indicating a wall. And so what happens is you essentially leave the formal enclosure of the building itself to be within these sort of alleyways of New York, and then re-enter the building through this alleyway space. And then in this lower perspective, it's much more about the secondary set of secondary circulation. So this is a view from that second stairwell into the first floor. And you can really start to see on the right is sort of an alleyway, because it's being projected out of the building itself. And then on the left is that interior space. And so here is our first long section. And so that view from the secondary space is right here, looking into this main area. And so here you can really see how I'm applying color volumetrically. Each sort of program is volumetrically applied, and they really sort of start to define the hierarchy of the building from interior and exterior. And then here you can see my ground floor plan. So this is that entry as it's shifted sort of off of the main axis of the building site. That entry level here, where you walk in and sort of circulate around, and there's that alleyway that brings you down to the basement level. And then here in the top left, you can really start to see this secondary volume of this volume of the secondary circulation, and you'll see throughout the plans that the secondary circulation sort of shifts. The volume itself shifts to sort of match up with the floor that it's rising to. So as you can see in this basement level, where the archive space and a secondary gallery space are, you can see how the secondary set of circulation is shifting upward to meet with the floor above it. And then here is another section, and this section was really about detailing that that secondary circulation, and then also some of the alleyways that occur outside of the building. So this was that main sort of grand alleyway that goes underneath the entrance and leads back into the basement level itself. And then in the secondary circulation, you can sort of see how the volumes of each circulation is sort of shifting to meet up with the level above it. And so on the second floor above, which you can access from an alleyway that's to the left or to the right side, you exit and then come up on this right side. This is going to be like the studio space where people can work and study color and things like that. And so in what you'll notice is in the studio space, along with the office space, they are really lighter tints of the space that they're sort of sharing a volume with. So in these perspectives, especially in this top perspective, you're looking into that sort of studio space, and then above it is the much more saturated, darker hue of that red, which is an exhibition space. And so in this this perspective below, it's really about that alleyway that is a bit of an exception in terms of the alleys that I've created in the rest of the project, because it does sort of happen within the building itself, and that was really just to sort of mostly fit it, but then it also has sort of a connection, creates a connection between the two floors of this volume that are sharing it. And you can see here in this plan, this is that gallery space that we were looking upward into with the studio spaces below, and that stair that's starting within the volume and then sort of breaking out of it, but mostly being sort of within that within that main volume. And then moving forward, this is the office space above the exhibition space, and you can see that it's a much lighter tint compared to the auditorium space above it, which it sort of shares those two volumes together, or this volume together. And then finally, I have just an axonometric of the building itself, trying to tie everything in together, showing those sort of alley spaces in white because they're almost like not addressed. They're being sort of left to New York to have color applied to them, and then the desaturated exteriors of the building. And that is my presentation.
So in these interstitial spaces that you've created in the stacked box kind of scheme, between the stacked boxes and the existing context, you're saying that's left raw, or what's going on? I mean, I know you moved through it, but in terms of finish and materiality. Yeah, so in terms of finish, the idea is that it's left raw, like the wall to the party wall is left as it is in the building site, and really the only intervention of color is the building that's being placed and the things that are happening within the volumes themselves. Yeah, I think that's not a bad idea. I don't like the word alleyway. I don't think really the appropriate terminology. And those light wells into those old tenement blocks were not just for access, they were for light and air. They were health and safety and wellness additions to tenements. So I think it's interesting to understand that context, you know. The other one, I mean, we can get caught up in the language, but like, I think the way that you're using them actually is kind of interesting, and you see it mostly, you don't see it so much in the transverse section. The long sections start to reveal a little bit more in terms of the spatial organization and how those things might start to operate. I mean, for me, what I think is missing from the project isn't really so much the thinking behind it. I think you do need to take some really serious visualizations of this project to really see those effects of being in between, the relationship of color, the sort of moving in and out of these sort of mass volumes. Because I think there's actually stuff that's not able to be shown with this kind of like hybrid drawing / color block technique, that would actually show a lot of pretty interesting stuff in the project. So I would go do that immediately, because I think the project would be a lot better for it.
Yeah, I'm finding, I mean, there's a lot to commend. I mean, your sort of formal sense is really intriguing, and your sort of aspirations for spatial complexity is commendable. I, being a New Yorker, did have a little bit of a twinge with the alleyway obsession that was going on. And they're light wells. That's what you're looking at in a figure ground. And they were brought into the building fabric of New York. It's a law. It's a law. You have to have light and air coming into every habitable space. So there's these gaps between buildings. And maybe this is from the school that I come from, I would have bought your argument a lot more if I could have seen a study where every time you make a shift, you understand where the sunlight's coming down, and that impacts how much saturation you're giving the building. So there was kind of a scientific, quantifiable reason why you were making these shifts that had to do with the sunlight in this, because you're dealing with this very, very weird thing that the sun is really only going to kind of come in, but it's still pretty damn strong as it goes, or as it goes like that, right? So I need a little more reason for being in how you manipulated these alleyways or the gap in the building, because the narrative and the sort of nostalgia for the alley. I mean, alleys are creepy, and when you live in New York, you don't go in them, and there's like, so you have to be careful with how much you get.
Unless it's Freeman's Alley.
Okay, fine, good point. Google that quickly. And then I think if you had a little more rigor about these moves, you might have a little more rigor about where the color's placed. At first, when you were talking about it, I felt like the desaturated colors were going to be the envelope, and then you were going to be really, really saturated on the inside. I got really confused about where desaturated and saturated happened. And is there any? Yeah. So I just think you're a smart guy, and you need to hit me over the head with how you made these moves a little bit more. It's a little too intuitive. Also, I think you need a bulkhead on your elevator core.
Yeah, I think my comments are probably pretty much in line with Clay's and Annie's. I think because the diagram is strong, right? If you sort of say, and again, we'll say well, so we'll correct you for you. I have this project. My read of the project was not what I think was presented, which is what Annie was getting at when your words were saying, I read New York as a very kind of desaturated color place, which I think all of us could get on board with, right? In general, there's a lot of like kind of neutrality, but you're seeing, a little pumps of yellow and some of the old masonry or pumps of red, but in general, it's kind of a muted place, right? And then, but I think then it's rendered here is like the whole context is actually like a bright purple, right? Which is very compelling in the drawings, but I would have expected, I think again, what Andy said, where the envelope and all of its context was rendered as grayscale, maybe perhaps,
yeah,
or, void of color. And then when I got in, I got that. And then the purpose of these light wells was to sort of move from a gray, and maybe it shouldn't be gray, but let's just say maybe it's a white area, right? Something that is color free or really color desaturated into something color saturated. Because I think I was struggling with, you were calling certain colors desaturated, and I was like, oh dear God, that's like the most saturated color we use in a long time, you know? So I think and that's all up for interpretation. But I think there wasn't as much contrast as like your words were kind of talking about. And it could have been an interesting thing to really go kind of void of color and then go full, you know, kind of into it. Could have been an interesting diagram. And then the way that like the light wells like bleed those things together, right? You know, because a colored room, when bled with sunlight, kind of bleeds back
Yeah,
out.
it would actually, I mean, it'd be great because the light would shoot back and forth.
Yeah.
You know, the reflectivity. I would also really look at Santa's new museum, which is comparable size-wise to this.
No, it's bigger.
It's
Well,
wider, but it's the
wider.
same. It's the same front and back. But well, so this is the thing. That's a whole lot of staircases. And they did this really interesting thing where they kept throwing the staircase through the building. Like on every floor, you have to go somewhere else. And it's fascinating to be in. Slightly annoying, but you know, enough to kind of keep you interested, right? And every staircase has kind of a different, you know, one super compressed and one has a light well and one. So I didn't see enough, again, reasons for the different stairwells. And I think that would be it's a good building to look at. It's about twice the size, but it is sort of the 100-foot lot condition.
Did on the stair the stair intervention, the little gap stair, they are linked up with the different blocks? Is that the idea? They do that, the blocks are sort of autonomous programmatic entities, and then the stair slips and then so is coded in some way. I mean, is that the idea?
I'm sorry, you kind of cut out a little bit, and I'm not sure if you're referring.
Did you code the stair to the programmatic blocks, the color blocks?
Are you speaking about the secondary?
Yeah,
no, the main one.
No, the main one. Yeah.
I mean, not necessarily. I mean,
yeah, you should think about that, because I think that's a really good note, because then you would have a reason for them to be so, you know, moving around, and it would be less, because I do think the stair at New Museum is annoying, but I think you have a chance to sort of think about what that stair is. How does it fit as a sort of mortar in between the blocks of the new block and the old block as a sort of mortar move? I would really think about that, and in that way, they would not be integrated into the blocks themselves. They would have to start to be their own entity, a lot more like the Museum of Craft or something like that, where the stair is kind of inserted in that space and it organizes the rest of it. So I would look at that, but I think you're close, and I appreciate the sort of idea about like people intervening and walking through and spray painting and doing all that stuff. I think it's a naive idea, but that's okay. I'm cool. I'm great with that. I'm naive as all get out, but I think you do have to kind of follow up with a little bit more. I don't want to use the word realism, but like I would play around with making some more, you know, sincere kind of like models that really get at what these things could be. Because I think they show promise, but they're unrealized promise at this point.
I mean, I think, you know, Alex, your work has been really consistent throughout over the last 6 weeks. I would say that, you know, the question of being able to study light through simulation and all of that, that's really, it's something that Alex really wanted to do. Unfortunately, our situation over the last couple of months has cut us off from certain resources. So we've had to lean on existing skills at a time when we were hoping to acquire new skills. So I know that must be really frustrating. But I think with the tools that you do have, I think you've done, you know, a really good job. I think you've been consistent. You've been thoughtful. And I think in a span of 5 weeks, it's rarely, there's rarely enough room for enough self-reflection to really kind of see something new in your project, you know? And I think even for me as your instructor, it's taken, you know, like stepping outside of your project now to see some new things in it. And isn't that frustrating, you know, because I wish that you and I could have had this conversation a week ago, but it's life and it's process and it's architecture. I think to me, what's really interesting in this question of really understanding the voids and the gaps between buildings. And it really makes me think about how up to this point, your process has been additive. So it's block on top of a block on top of a block, and then those blocks have shifted. But really, the conditions that you're studied are really, that your project really depends on, are really subtracted. It's really the subtractions from the maximum volume. And I think you're starting to get at that with the most recent isometric, which has which models the voids, which are these little slivers and wedges that kind of stack up. And I think that those are the voids are really like the vessels for light and the vessels for circulation and maybe even vessels for color. So I think if we had another 6 weeks, if we had another 3 weeks, I think maybe reversing the logic of your project to think of it in that way would, I think, lead you to even more invention as you try to, you know, grapple with some of these questions, like where is circulation, what's inside, what's outside, what's saturated, what's desaturated, what's public and what's secured. But I think your project is positioned to ask all those questions. So I think you've done a really good job.
Well, thank you all very, very much for your comments. It's very helpful.
Nice job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very nice job.
Okay, we have one more. We have Hannah, who is a first-year Master of Interior Design student in her second semester.
Hello. Thank you so much for being here for a review, and I really appreciate taking the time for feedback. So my background is in textile design, and I kind of came at this knowing that I wanted to use a spectral hue of tones, and I also wanted to make sure that I wasn't just resulting or like falling back into using every single color there is. So I kind of pulled back the intensity by omitting greens and deep blues, which might have like a competing kind of reality with some of these other shades that I've selected. So I was really interested in trying to come up with a color strategy that had a basis in the way that we perceive color. And I kind of started taking an interest in how color is projected via like CMYK methods, tritone, that kind of understanding. And like, again, with my background in screen printing and weaving and that kind of like pixelation and knowing how those things come together really interested me in trying to harness that in a way that I could exploit for this institution. So I have here, this image here is one that I've sourced, which is an SLR photo of a CRT television set up close. And it kind of, you can kind of see how that like color is starting to disintegrate, and you really get to understand how this color is moving and being perceived based on an assimilation of parts. And at the bottom here are some beginning renderings, where I was kind of trying to understand like how to create this very like spectral feeling within a space, and kind of using that as a sketch or an iterative design process to understand how I wanted to contain that or control it, which kind of led me to creating this like very modular, orderly system in a way that I could kind of harness like the ephemeral nature of color and kind of present it in a very straightforward way. So here I have a diagram of how I approach program, and this is it's just a diagram. It's not representative of the color that I was wanting to use. So I kind of started understanding that there was like a opportunity for innovation in that there needed to be public and private spaces, but at the same time, it's such a narrow lot and it's such a small space and there's a lot of program. And I also kind of knew that maybe that I could use it to my advantage, that I could incorporate public and private spaces together so that the archive is really something that's part of the public. And that's actually really just like a library and something that can be used. And it's really an aspect of community, which is kind of something that's been driving my work since I've been here, and understanding how that can be part of the fabric of the building. So I started off kind of thinking about these spaces and where they like ranged in public and private and like how those things could join hands. And then through that, I started assimilating like 13 by 13 modular cubes, which could be stacked on top of each other. And it resulted in a building that could be divided over 5 ways longwise and split in half down the middle, which created this really interesting dichotomy of the color that I was kind of trying to explore. And, you know, just like an exercise of public-private absorption, refraction, darkness, lightness, and how I could kind of exploit that. And ultimately it turned into an exercise in creating indoor and outdoor spaces where I could control and moderate light. So I'll take you into my first section, which really showcases the side of the building, the west side, where I'm taking advantage of light and knowing that that as just like a pragmatic necessity is something that needs to happen inside this institute if anyone is to study any kind of color or really observe it in any way in the exhibition spaces. And I created in this view 2 means of circulation, private circulation kind of through the office and the studio, and I put a classroom up top, and then public circulation, which is really emphasized by this material feature wall, which I kind of used as an opportunity to really like test and explore these like surface treatments that I was interested in and how I could kind of harness this like spectral painterly quality in a very orderly fashion. So you can see that I dug below grade and created an auditorium, 2 exhibit spaces that could kind of be attached to each other as almost like an event space that could be attached to the auditorium. And here is a section where I show another means of egress, which is something I'm kind of calling like a circulation of objects, which is actually the vertical application of a archive and program. So really it's more of like an inhabitable staircase that actually is inviting the public potentially, or also can be closed off from public to kind of like experience the archive and be accessible to all these different levels of research, learning, exhibit spaces. And here I kind of started exploring, you know, if I'm applying this color in this vertical way, what does that mean laterally? And I kind of began, you know, understanding this. So I've created this like open alleyway space. Maybe I shouldn't use the word alley, but space where essentially it invites you to walk in through to the back of the building, and the material feature wall of the main circulation that houses the elevator actually kind of acts, as well as the light at the back, like a thing that can draw you straight in, and where you walk right by the offices. So the offices kind of occupy the main ground level of the building and can actually kind of work as like a flexible office space, but also maybe depending on how public this nonprofit is. I'm not sure if, I mean, when I was designing it, I was thinking of this one nonprofit where, you know, it's almost by appointment, they host events and, you know, there's people there to greet you when necessary. And I kind of liked when I was working on this, the idea of using yellow really picks up on the light in the back, and it really is just another practical application of color. It's a very pedestrian way to use color as a means for functional use. And I kind of incorporated that through the circulation so people would have indication of where to go. Like they can see it from far away, where they need to be, where the stairs are, and it's just really accessible. And I lined this building with two materials that are pretty important to my project, which is like an Aluka bond aluminum situation, which acts as like a reflecting property between this really narrow space, and also like a polygal or like a recycled polycarbonate that, you know, provides some privacy and also lets in the light. And I mean, they just also both happen to be very efficient, economical materials. And I kind of like the idea of knowing how I could play with color and those means. So first, I kind of explored these like spectral, ephemeral qualities of color by applying it in a very saturated way in the auditorium. It's below grade. It's a very public facing space, potentially a space where they'd be raising money. It's a very exciting place to be. I wanted that to be kind of a focal point and maybe like a way to showcase what the organization's about. In keeping with the reflective qualities, I wanted to demonstrate that color is really like a time-based medium in some ways, and that you yourself are actually part of the changing environment. It's not mirror finish reflective, but you do see these like spectral variations as you make your way through the building. And you can see here I've cut a skylight for the exhibit space, and this is kind of like almost a double tier space where the skylight is also visible to the space below, where I've put maintenance and mechanical and utility. This is just another view of the same space in the auditorium. So working off of this is like a generative aspect, is like going like pedal to the metal with color. I realized like maybe this was stronger used in more concentrated areas versus applying this just like generally to the entire space. And this is also another generative aspect where I realized like the power of yellow and how that can really help lead people to where they need to be and points of contact where you expect visitors to inhabit. So moving up into the studio space, I really understood that it would be important for there to be a neutral environment and one that also still explores color in some ways. I have the material feature wall here in the back, which I'll detail in full later on in the slide. And in this portion, there's like a blue tint. And so it's tinting the space very slightly. You also have exterior spaces here. And then here you kind of see like a beginning of the generative aspects of, you know, like an archival storage-based steel staircase that's like really more circulation of objects than people. And you can kind of understand how someone who would work there and somebody who may visit would use that space. So I'm going to move on now to the classroom, where we do get like another bright integration of this yellow color, which is again an indication of a space that should be habitable by the public. And I really wanted to just play with the explorative nature of like including a very bright color on a base level and how that could affect the environment around it. And here you can see kind of this beginning of the terrace, like a stepped terrace that's happening between the west side of the building and the interior of the building. So I'm really maximizing as much as possible the natural light that's available to the space, which is again pragmatic to the function of the building and also just like an added benefit for the people who want to inhabit the space. And here at the very top of the building is another exhibit space, which could be kind of used for a very focused exhibit, a special exhibit. Again, I'm using the reflective material on either side of the building, which kind of maximizes the space given the narrow lot, and also plays up whatever nature of the color of the pieces that are being exhibited. So in that way, it offers a lot of flexibility. And here you can see the roof, which I, again, punctuated with yellow, and kind of liked the idea of how that might be a feature from another building. I think potentially, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, and I haven't spent much time in New York, but I think it might be visible from the new museum.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I really liked the idea of being able to spot the roof from very far away and then being able to identify that. And also you get a peek of the material feature wall here coming up the top as kind of this like expressive quality of the elevator shaft. And here you can see just overall an axon, how that's working. Here is the application of the material feature wall, which to me, I was thinking about the sustainability of color. That's kind of something that is in my background, and knowing like how painted surfaces actually may not be the most practical or even the most interesting for this application. So I kind of left that open-ended and thought maybe if I had more time to explore how this could be a like innovative assembly of recycled pieces, something that might change over time, something that, you know, has like a community aspect. I don't know, maybe it's knitted, maybe it's an assembly of some other kind of part that creates this kind of mural effect. And then you can see here again the polycarbonate sides, which kind of allow for at night and during the day as the light shines through the light well, just like this very interesting experience of the building as an outsider on the street. And that is all I have. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. I mean, there's so many things to love in this project. I mean, for me, the way you're talking about color is really powerful. That color has a performative condition, and that you're going to make yellow work very, very hard in this building. It's going to have a job to do, I think is really powerful. And I think that's in this world, you have to give everything you do responsibility. So yellow needs more responsibility, although in my life it has tons. And you've sort of touched on this idea that color is time-based, which we sort of talked about with the first project. I think your brain is a little more articulate than these drawings right now. Okay, and I want them to be, the plans in particular.
Yeah,
I mean, you're getting it, like you're getting it in the perspectives, and I understand that that's the way you think. But I think you need to drill down and get some precision in the floor plans, because it's only going to make you show better, and right now they look like kind of programmatic diagrams. And I don't want you to lose any opportunity in the world, I think your plans have just got to get up to par. I mean, there's so many space, I've done a couple, I actually was the architect for Textile Arts Center. And this conversation of color, no color in artist residency programs is a big one. So thank you for those of us that sometimes have to kind of hang out in these places. So I just, there's so much really nice, intuitive knowing about humans in this project that I really enjoy. The auditorium space, I just think should happen. I think it's gorgeous. So please.
Thank you.
Work on that.
Yeah, hi Hannah. It's nice to virtually meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you too.
Yeah. Fun fact: Hannah's older brother used to work with us. So.
Oh wow! Oh wow!
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really lovely project. There was a couple things. Yeah, I was starting to wonder if all of the projects would be full of color. And so I think like Annie, it was kind of nice to see the building be a vessel for color, though arguably that is where the representation gets quite hard, right? Because if this thing is sort of full of art and the study of color, the representation of it sort of being gray is tricky. Like that's one that's hard to, I think, navigate. And if anything, I was looking for what is the thing that is sort of the inspiring thing to artists and bringing the color to the space here. I think I was still looking, I think, for something there. This very much like reminds me of the Canopy Art Studios that we did, right? It's a very, very raw space, and then the artists really bring that life to the space. And then it was nice that it sort of had these offset moments of the kind of mural and then this kind of amazingly over the top, colorful auditorium. So I think there's some nice moments. I honestly, this is probably not the nice, I honestly was hoping you were going to go down the pixelated notion in a much more engaging way. Like, especially with the first image and the very, very small scale of color overlapping on color. Man, could have been like really, really an amazing study here. This is a dumb example, but we tried to do a project where we had, just white brick on 3 different facades, and we were going to use 3 different mortar colors, and that was going to be the whole deal. And what we found was actually, it was like really starkly different. We thought it was going to be this very subtle thing, and it was like the read of just changing the space between a pixel changed the read of overall so drastically. And I thought that's where you were going to go, and I was a little disappointed because I think like something on that notion could be super interesting when it has to do with color. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree, Maya. Because I think the beauty, I think there's some really interesting setups in this project. I think it needs maybe just a clarification and just like getting rid of some of the extraneous stuff and focusing on what the project really is about. And I think maybe one thing it's about is about that relationship between the pixel and then the reading as an image, right? And that sort of what I would call a productive interplay between those things that operate independently and as a group, and depending on how close or far away they are with each other, changes that reading. And I think that's a way that you can understand a lot of stuff about your project, whether it be programmatic adjacencies, contextual adjacencies, effects, material assemblies, like all of that stuff. You can start to play that game that leads immediately back or links immediately back to that first kind of like idea about pixels and this, what you call the spectral, which is I love that term. And so I think, the images, the renderings mostly start to get at some of those effects. Not all of them do. I think I would go back and start to really look at the ones that resonate the most. For me, it's the auditorium that works the best in terms of the way the image is constructed, and its reading as a material palette that has color sometimes, and sometimes it's just reflection. I think it has a lot of power potentially to play around with. And so I would do some of that work just thinking wise. I think the drawing question is a big one. How do you draw this stuff? I think the plan is too schematic. I think I would get serious about the drawings. Even to do drawing, like maybe there are some drawings that have color and that are rendered out, like just some drawings of those plans that start to get at the layers that it takes to build up to make those effects, which I think could be really amazing addition and worth your while. But I like generally the project. I think some of the images I was like, wow, this has something, inside of it that's really powerful and interesting. And then sometimes I'm like, it's not quite there yet. And then, I think like at the end, it doesn't have to be everything. It can be only what it needs to be to do the project at the time. And some of those other ideas can be saved for later. A project that immediately came to mind with some of these effects that doesn't seem like it would, but I would look at it if I were you, is the Prada Foundation.
Oh yeah, I did reference that, the gold.
For the effects and also the finishes and the sort of numinous kind of quality.
That was definitely mine.
They tease out of that project, and I think that's a really stunning one. I think it has a little bit of that promise and this mix of low, high, malappropriated materials. I wouldn't necessarily go full low with the material selections. I think some of these materials need to be, you can't use polygal. You're going to have to use channel glass and stuff like that to really make this thing work. And so, like, I would get into the materials in an explicit way.
Yeah.
And also, like that you were talking about, I've had 80 ideas about that elevator core, and now I want it to be silk.
That sounds amazing. I was also knitted nylon rope, which is so cool.
That too. But I mean, that neighborhood is, it's kind of old garment district, near Chinatown. So there'd be some kind of vernacular textile.
Yeah, I think, I've loved working with you, Hannah, and your endless curiosity and attention to detail really inspires me. I think a lot of these conversations between, on the one hand, plans, on the other hand, knitted nylon, I think it really is a question of scale of thinking and what your responsibility or what your opportunity is as a designer to take on different scales. And of course, we all tend to think differently, but then on another level, we all kind of stretch ourselves in the areas where we're less comfortable in order to kind of, to be able to do all the different kinds of work. And I think that you have lots of small scale details. Like you got really excited about like knitted nylon. So then the question is like, what is the larger framework within which that nylon plays a really important role, just like that yellow, so that it's not of no consequence. I mean, we've talked a lot this semester about which design decisions have a larger consequence, like bigger than themselves. And I think the Prada Foundation precedent is a good one, because one of the things that I was really struggling with actually in the sensibility of your project is a little bit of a split between lower and upper. Because the lower level, the subterranean level, does seem to be this kind of high-tech meets affect meets
it's very quite, like Petra Blaise, Seattle,
but also something quite expensive in a way. And then on upstairs, I have you have something that I think is really beautiful also, but it's like Le Corbusier, right? Like rough concrete with color that has to do with geometry, but it doesn't have to be perfect. And it's like La Tourette, you can have like bad details, but like a really convincing relationship between material and color, and you have proportion and light, and that's
So is it working or it's not working?
I think it's working. The question for me is, how do the two relate to each other?
Yeah, where's the dovetail?
So yeah, so
like 3 more weeks, and then it would.
I know, but you have that.
Yeah, I think I'll probably develop it further.
You have that.
I mean,
but I think
actually,
you have a lot of
the Prada store in Soho is intriguing. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm so, he wanted to use for the dressing rooms, just waterboard, drywall that you use for bathrooms, right? So they bring it all in, and then he decided he doesn't like that color. So he shipped it all in from Switzerland.
Right, where it gets different paper.
Yeah, because it's different. So it was supposed to be this low tech proletariat thing,
but it's really designy.
That he kind of upped the thing. I mean, I think that acknowledgement is what could make this project really interesting. I mean, the neighborhood's kind of riddled with, is this a fancy neighborhood? Is this an immigrant neighborhood? Is it, I mean, there's projects down the street.
Right.
It's got economic issues. We always end up, but I've spent the whole week on Zoom being a neoliberal, but
oh God.
yeah, so I think maybe, economics and materiality, and I think a lot of times textile people know this more than architects, and the meaning of these small design decisions. I think Igor's really right. That could really make this project soar.
That's consider. Thank you
Yeah.
for that
I don't
feedback.
want to make the last comments. I will just make a quick comment and then someone else will have to say something else before we go into closing. But I think one maybe way in which you can nudge yourself to work on these plans is to give yourself the job of drawing in doors. And that's gonna help you figure out enclosure and boundaries between inside and outside. And I'm sorry, at least for the purposes of this exercise, sliding doors don't count. Just for the exercise of it.
I
It's
was
not that.
thinking about it, and then there was a point in time where I was like, I'm gonna have to save this for another time so I can just keep generating these things. But I agree, that is like my very next step.
I think that will help you because I think that is the kind of level of commitment about what is inside, what is outside,
Yeah.
what do you pass through? Is it a thick wall, thin wall, thick door, thin door? But I think that if you just give yourselves those parameters, I think you can draw those plans, no problems. I give you 2 days, you'll have them.
Cool, yeah, I can do that. Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Final comment on this project? If not, maybe, yeah,
On
go
all
ahead.
of them or just Hannah's?
Well, so I think Hannah's, and now if we're finished with this last project, maybe each of the guests can just, maybe we can all show our faces again. And then we can have a couple of closing comments. And Hannah, you can, let's see. Okay. So we can show our faces and then maybe we can ask Maya, Annie, and Clay if they have any closing comments. And then we can stop the live stream on YouTube and we can just talk for a couple of minutes as a class, just as regular civilians, not showmen.
Well, I mean, in this world that we're in, I love the fact that I got to come and participate in a world where color is deeply meaningful, and there's a young generation that will make color work harder because we can't do anything now without it having responsibility and it having impact. And I think that if color gets to do that, it's a world I want to be in. So thank you.
Thank you, Annie.
Yeah, it's been really refreshing, and hi, other Hannah too. Good to see you too. I don't know if any of you guys know our office, but our interiors and architecture are integrated, and so we always ride these lines about color coming into our work, and it's really refreshing to me to be able to be talking about it. I never talked about it in school. I think everything I ever produced was black, white. And it always was very scary. And now it seems very fulfilling. Like it very much opens your toolbox so much wider. I think then you have to hit those questions head on, does yellow mean, Lance Armstrong? Like everything has connotation when it comes to color, as opposed to, being outside of it. And, we obviously do a lot of hospitality. So even more so, right, when it comes into brand, of things like that. And so it's just, it really opens up, I think, a really amazing dialogue on what it kind of brings to life. And nostalgia, color is related to nostalgia. Like there's so many memories associated to color that it can generate, I don't know, a totally different experience for one person versus another. And so now's the time to study it. And it's great where you can be very loose and free. And I know we had a lot of technical questions, but I think now like just to sort of be a little bit free and study some of those things is really, really valuable, because then when you have to put color into practice, it's wildly hard. You have to get the trims to match this, or, I mean, it's just, you almost have to work backwards from like the material that's your most limiting, right? Like, and, because only this, like paint is at your pleasure, right? But a lot of materials, I think, Hannah, you mentioned a Lucabond or something, like pre-finished metals come in like the worst colors, so whenever we're starting projects like that, we actually say, oh, is that really the material we want to start with? Because then we have really lame yellow as opposed to like the exact yellow that I can pick when it comes to paint, so it becomes like, and that's where I feel sad now too, because you don't get to go to your materials lab. We've been struggling with that as well, like seeing things in person and touching them, and it makes a big difference, especially when you're thinking about the reality of color. But great job, it was fun. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Maya.
Yeah, I won't say too much, but great work. I really enjoyed getting to see a few of the projects. I saw some other ones at the first of this, or toward the middle of the semester. And so it's nice to see all of the work sort of come to a nice conclusion. I think, in many ways, the challenge of having to go digital and go remote, and it really opens, as problematic as it has been and as anxiety producing as it has been, I think it's actually generated some other stuff that we need to hang on to in terms of really understanding the tools that we have available, really starting to invest our time in developing how to use those tools in a bunch of different ways, how to misuse, how to use. I mean, because, a lot of these projects, the better you get at sort of, using the tool, let's just say rendering and things like this, visualization, it's not about sort of, in some ways it is about sort of image making, but also is about simulation. There's other kinds of things that are embedded in those tools and those technologies that y'all are starting to tinker with. And so I would really dive into that over the summer and think about, if it's drawing, that's one tool and technique. What kind of ways can I use that? If it's diagrams, if it's color studies, if it's rendering, if it's simulation, if it's lights, that all of those things are really what you have to sort of synthesize in a project like this. I really appreciate the comments from the invited guests, and I really appreciate the sort of framework that you were allowed to operate within. I think it's super exciting for the program and for the school to have studios like this. So kudos to all of you.
Thank you all. Well, I wish you a happy rest of final reviews. I think Pratt is now done.
We're done.
Right.
Now we have meetings.
You have meetings now. And I think, Maya, you're on another review tomorrow or Friday, right?
Oh, no,
Here.
I think I am out of it. So I have
you're
to
done. Okay.
But yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for putting in the time to
Thank
be
you.
with us. We
This
really,
was
really
exciting.
appreciate it. All
All right.
right.
Thank you,
Bye.
guys.
I'll see
Students
y'all.
stay and guests are going home now.
Bye.
Thank you.
No, don't leave. Who just left? Who did we just lose?
Hannah,
Oh, we just lost the other Hannah. Come back.
we are.
Where did she go? Let's take a nap, probably. I'm sorry?
I'll text her.
Yeah, please text her, tell her to come back. I want to get a family photo.
Like the Brady Bunch.
Come back, Hannah. How are you guys holding up? It's been a long day, huh? Everybody's just nodding. Yeah.
It's easier to relax while we watch stuff. It feels like watching TV.
Yeah. I agree. That's
It
right.
feels like being on TV, like watching TV a lot, right? But that went so well today.
Did we still want to be on YouTube?
Oh yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.